Capital, our special guests in the room, we are happy to have you. Our dear members of the Safe Social Entrepreneurship Association in the room, kindly wave to the congregation. Thank you very much for taking on this very difficult task of shaping businesses, not only for money, but businesses that address the triple bottom line. It's not easy to design a business that can report on the 3 Ps. And that's a journey we have been working on with each one of you. We are recognizing people, we recognize profit, and we recognize planet. That is not a simple task. We wake up every day to design, to look for money in terms of revenue, but we also look for it to solve community problems. Some of you know, as the MC has said, in July 2020, in the middle of COVID, majority of the small businesses in Uganda were struggling. Some of you used to call me. I used to run a lot of Zoom conversations around social entrepreneurship. You used to call and say, we are starving, we are not having clients. We agreed, why don't we come together and form a network space where we take stock, we encourage each other. Social entrepreneurship is not for the weak-hearted. It's a tough journey. Each one of us has a passion of something, in agribusiness, in tourism, climate action, hotel, name it. We all agreed and said, no, we need to have each other's back. And that was the birth of the Social Entrepreneurship Forum in Uganda. A big clap to all of us. One of the things that made us start the symposium was the recognition that research is extremely important. In 2019, we conducted research, which was the status of the social entrepreneurship in Uganda. We launched it, and the Ministry of Finance was present in the room to launch that research. And today we are happy that the same ministry, the same commissioner who launched the research is coming to give the remarks as the chief guest. And I believe she'll be extremely happy because we are a mouthful. Today we are very many. 3 things that came out in the research was access to capital. I am very proud that we're able to birth the Social Investment Fund. It came from that research. Some of us have benefited from the fund and it continues to grow. The second thing that came out was we do not have enough capacity to manage our businesses, to design business models that can go to the next level. Today we are running the Social Business Accelerator Program, which has shaped majority of the businesses in the room, majority of the businesses in the exhibition center that you will see. They were birthed in those gardens. The third, there was no time or space where social entrepreneurs can go and eliminate stress, if I may put it. And so people said, no, we are serious in business. Well, let's get some social networking space. And that's what birthed the forum, which is now the association. None of these models have died. The success rate of the businesses we've incubated is 98%. When I look in the room, I know everybody here, from the idea to where you are, the young, the old, and everybody. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for making me go to bed, because that's the reason why I'm so happy. And that's the reason somebody said, but doctor, you're growing in reverse. Why wouldn't I grow in reverse when I have successful models here? I'm so excited about life. There's a research I'm participating in, which is a global research done by the Global Fund. We are launching it this year in October, but I wanted to give you some of the preliminary results. The research is conducted for Africa, social entrepreneurship, and they've looked at Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, South Africa, and Ghana. They represent Uganda as well. So the research has shown that there are 2.8 million social enterprises in Africa. And 70% of the jobs created for women and youth are from social enterprises. It is also shown that $67 million are made by social enterprises annually, contributing close to 5.7% towards the Africa GDP. We are doing well. It's a great sector. This is a sector which is in sync with the theme of today, which is reshaping the future, social entrepreneurship, inclusion, and climate action. These are not separate words. They're actually interconnected. If you think about social entrepreneurship, you can never achieve inclusive economic growth without it. If you think about scaling the communities and creating the needed impact, inclusion is needed. Refugees, women, youth, and people with disability are more comfortable working in social entrepreneurship. And climate action. The world is challenged only if we can design businesses. Only if we can design businesses like some of the people who have exhibited that the world becomes a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you once again for listening to me, but also, most importantly, for passionately trekking the journey to come here in our hub. For those online, for leaving any other activity and choosing to be a part of the 5th Annual Social Entrepreneurship Symposium. Once again, I welcome you and I thank you for coming and wishing you a very good day. At this moment, I was given responsibility to welcome my board chair, Madame Jackie Namara Rukare, to come and give us the opening remarks. You're most welcome, board chair.
And beyond. This year's theme, Reshaping the Future, Social Entrepreneurship, Inclusion, and Climate Action, challenges us to think beyond business as usual. It reminds us that the future we want will not simply happen. It must be shaped intentionally by bold ideas, inclusive practices, and sustainable solutions. Social entrepreneurship is at the heart of this transformation. At Capital Solutions, we believe social entrepreneurship is one of the most powerful tools to transform lives and communities, and you all in the room are a testament to that. We take stock of our engagement in climate action, which is critical for business growth. Social enterprises observe inclusion as this is one of the sectors that prioritizes marginalized populations while doing business. And I believe we had a cohort where we were nurturing businesses in our refugee communities. So we're not just saying these words, we're actually walking the talk. Bringing these pillars together, social entrepreneurship, inclusion, and climate action, gives us a roadmap to reshape the future. A future where economic growth is sustainable, where development is inclusive, and where communities thrive in harmony with the environment. Today's symposium will serve as a space to learn, connect, and innovate. You will hear from practitioners, policymakers, social entrepreneurs, and thought leaders. You will see exhibitions that showcase creative solutions from social enterprises across Uganda. Most importantly, you will have the opportunity to connect and to collaborate. And I really want to emphasize collaborate. There is no business that will scale without collaboration. If you think about the people who are the richest business owners, think about the Bill Gates of this world, of Microsoft, the Jeff Bezoses of Amazon. Most of those people own less than 10% shareholding in their multi-billion-dollar businesses. So I want to encourage you, especially for us in the room who are Ugandans. The notion of holding onto your idea alone and you owning 100% of a very small business will not allow you to scale and grow and have the impact you need to have. Let's not get sentimental. Are you wanting to be a big fish in a small pond or a small fish in a big pond? As an ecosystem builder for social entrepreneurship, at Capital Solutions, we continue to build capacity for social entrepreneurs and enable access to affordable finance. This is the future we're reshaping together. Once again, I welcome you to the 5th Annual Social Entrepreneurship Symposium. May the conversations and the connections here inspire action long after we have left this space, and I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Jackie Rukare. Can we put our hands together for the board chair? I think you've said it so very well. Better for me to be 1% of $1 billion business. Yes, than have 100 Uganda shillings, 100,000, and I'm alone there. So thank you very much for bringing it out so very clearly. So allow me to recognize some of our guests. I know that some of them are here, some are still coming, but allow me to recognize the presence of Madame Alberta. And I mentioned it the first time, and she said, you mentioned it so very well. So, Madame Alberta Boston, welcome, and thank you for coming. Madame Barbara Nambi, you're here with us. Thank you very much for coming. We want to recognize Madame Damali Sali. Yes, thank you very much for coming. Miss Elizabeth Mbabazi, you're here with us. Thank you very much for coming. Of course, Madame Lota. I don't want to mention the other name. Thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate Mr. Charles Naliari, our chair of the SIF, that is really growing. Yes, we want to welcome you, Pauline. Again, I won't say the other name, but Pauline is here with us. Thank you very much for coming. And Madame Irene Mutumba. Did I see her? Yes. Welcome. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. And Madame Stella Abel Okot. Yes. Thank you very much for joining us. And lastly, but not least, Dr. Edward Isingoma Masiko. Yes. Thank you very much for coming. And we have already seen and heard from the chair and from the CEO of Capital Solutions. Now is the time for us to listen to our keynote speeches, starting with Mr. Tassilo. And therefore, I would like to call upon the people online to put up the slides from Mr. Tassilo. I last saw them when they are ready. Yeah, in the meantime, just in case you're in this very fantastic multi-purpose facility, the washrooms, the areas for convenience are just right behind here. They are behind here, divided into male and female. That's all we can have at Capital Solutions. And we also want to invite you to the conversation. If you can go online, the conversation is also going on. LinkedIn, Twitter, X. Is it X now? I get I get problems pronouncing X because it doesn't really, it doesn't augur well, but we shall get there. So X, we shall overcome. Okay. LinkedIn, X. I can see Mr. Tassilo, you on the screen, but we are sorting out the sound, and we'll be glad to hear from you. But please keep there. If you can wave to the people in this room, I don't know whether you can see them. Yes. Thank you very much for. Oh, you can see me. Okay, great. Great. So we now we.
Because I also know that you're in an uncomfortable situation. I would just maybe start without a presentation.
No, you have now been sorted out. Everything is clear, sound, and all that we can do is to get started right away. We can hear you very well now.
Yes, that's true. But the difficulty I have is that I wanted to share a presentation, but I'm not allowed to share my screen on Zoom. So the host has disabled the screen sharing.
Oh, are you able to enable?
And there is also someone else speaking. I know. Okay, that's fine. But let me just start by saying a few words on the project that I lead at GSF, which is the Governance and Civil Society program. That's a program that has been commissioned by the German government and which is co-financed by the European Union. This project focuses specifically on supporting civil society organizations and civil society organizations on several levels. Please switch off the sound. Thank you. So we support civil society organizations on
We can see the slides, but you have muted yourself. Mr. Tassilo, yes, please unmute and then share the slides again.
sharing again. Sorry,
Yeah.
this is a bit embarrassing.
I can hear Mr. Tassilo is online somewhere, and it is our problem.
One of the important partners that we have in that context is Capital Solutions. So in this context, I'm very happy to report that Capital Solutions and GSF together have supported a number of civil society organizations to
Recording in progress.
And support is not only funding, it is
Now we Thank you very much, Mr. Tassilo. I think there are many key messages out of this very keynote speech and presentation. One thing or two that I got is that the UN invested a lot of money and they drafted for us the global direction, the SDGs. Our role as social entrepreneurs is to just focus on which one of those can help your community. And then he said, start small. If you don't know how to start small, ask Capital Solutions Limited. Case study, if you don't know how to start small, come to Capital Solutions. So thank you very much again, Mr. Tassilo. Let's put our hands together for that wonderful presentation. And we are going to get our second keynote speech from Mr. Edward Isingoma Masiko, the managing partner of Pearl Capital Partners. Edward is an East African expert in agribusiness, impact investing, SME private equity, accounting, and finance. With over 25 years of professional experience, he has decided to come before I finish, but he's well. So the CV is big, but Edward is here and is going to speak to us. Give him a round of applause, please.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Can I request we stand up and then for maybe a minute? It's been a bit. People have had breakfast. People have become a little bit complacent. Stretch a little. Turn, greet your neighbor, and then and as long as you know your neighbor, they've already told us about networking and partnering. And then we can have, yeah. Good. So you can sit. Let's just have a few minutes. It's been an interesting journey, and all protocols observed. I do wish to be as brief as I can be in sharing a few words about social entrepreneurship and social investing. I must say it's an honor that I am actually standing before all of you here. I was mentioning to Dr. Joyce the other day that I hope when I retire soon, I can go back to teaching, because I've lectured a few years ago, retired, but I'm now again involved through a private equity investment with Martha Bacchus Business School, and therefore I'm back to lecturing as part of my retirement plans. So that puts me back to teaching. So when you see a hub like this, when you see the training like this, looking at this, it's very changed. I was in shock today, because the last time I was here is the last symposium, which was last year. So when you come back here, I'm sure Irene, you were as well. So we were many of us who were in shock. This is what they call steady progress. It's really, really, really moving forward. And when you think about the micro SMEs, the small social enterprises, the ladies, the youth who are coming here to train in various cohorts and develop their micro SMEs and businesses, it's interesting. It's very interesting. So for me, Capital Solutions, we can't clap. Clapping is not enough. I think we should just give them another clap. I think that journey is being walked, and as all the other previous speakers have spoken, I wouldn't wish to repeat some of the takeaways. What I would be very keen to share is what have some of us done, so that other people can also share from it. I must say I was trained as an accountant. After qualifying and practicing accounting, in 2006 is when I joined a gentleman called Tom Adlam and Irene Mutumba in AAC to actually manage, set up, and administer the first East African Agri-Impact Social Investment Fund. And that fund was called AAC. And in 2006, when we set out to do that, 15 years later, we were able to return 90% of the capital that we were given from our donor investors. And we were able to say, we've invested and deployed in 16 businesses. And I must say today, 15 of the 16 businesses continue to thrive and are large taxpayers in the East African region. So, what does that mean? That means we've been at this. It's coming to 2 decades. As PCP, the fund management business that I own and manage, and I'm glad that we partner with Capital Solutions on some of the interventions, especially for the smaller micro SMEs and SME support in the impact space. We've successfully we can successfully look back and say, 20 years down the road, we were able to do some successes. We were able to set up funds for investing in agriculture. We were able to have those funds deliver and grow. We are now setting up fund number 6, and we have been able to prove that the model works. We've been able to prove that agri-investing, you need not just the money, you need to also look at the various impact, which is not just even the food, but it's all the communities. As you know, even in Uganda, 80% of the rural communities and where all our people are, and actually today, maybe they are the most people who should even be the voters. They are all out there in the rural communities, hustling. They're in the gardens, they're in the fields, they are working hard to educate their children, to support their communities, and to grow. And there's nothing better than calling that social entrepreneurship. With that, we've then walked the journey, and the world has evolved. Money has moved from giving free money. We are away from grants, and even grant makers, even organizations like the EU or IFAD or any of these organizations out there, foundations and development partners, are starting to think, what else can our money do, and in what form can it actually go and impact the people? And because of that, the key questions are being asked. How much are we doing for the environment? How much are we doing for Mother Nature to revive it and keep it going? How much are we doing beyond just the money? Is it about being rich? I know some of you have seen the social media reports in the last week or so about the late friend of mine, Musinguzi Garuga. Is it about the wealth? Is it about multiplying the money? What else can we do with the capital? And access to capital remains a bad problem at all various levels. But how we use that capital to deliver not just growing private sector or private businesses, but also support our communities, support our environment, support ESG interventions, support all the various initiatives, is what becomes very key. And that should be able to deliver sustainability. Because if you are really going to be out there for a purpose, today we know even money lenders are being told, no, don't go for 10% a month. It's too much. If a farmer borrows at 10% a month, are they going to actually make 20% profit by selling bananas? They're not. So you're actually doing the impact. You're killing those small micro businesses and traders. And even government is doing its part, stepping in to say, can we regulate how capital is accessed? How can we create frameworks? Today, we are very proud, courtesy of some of the work that we've done with the Yield Uganda Investment Fund and working with outcome on social entrepreneurship remain very key, and those impactful sectors are either agriculture, education, or healthcare. That's very key for the masses. For Uganda, where we have a population that is growing very rapidly, you just need to do so little, and you should be able to have so much social impact in any kind of and form. I will not repeat, because the previous speakers have spoken. You can involve things around the impact on the environment. You can get to reduce waste. You can get carbon emissions interventions. Today, even carbon emissions, you can sell carbon credits. You can do, all of us, any single project. If anybody doesn't know how to involve climate, if anybody doesn't know how to grow their small business, if anybody doesn't know how to do their side hustle and formalize it, if anybody doesn't know how to get all these ESG requirements in place, again, we've already been told, Capital Solutions has 97% success rate. That's very, very good. And super, because that then means Even at this hub, even the people who are training here, even the people who are going through all the research and knowledge sharing here, even learning from each other, it's excellent. And so we can only embrace it and support those businesses grow. Now, for those of us who are investing at a much larger level, as an investor, I must say, one of our key problems is always pipeline development. Where do these micro SMEs go? Even when you produce a baby, the baby has got to breastfeed, has got to go to school, at some point has got to get out of your house and get out and go and grow. So some of these micro SMEs end up coming to some of us for capital even as they grow. Even when we invest and we exit, some of them go to other larger businesses, even other impact investors beyond us. So the impact and social enterprise investing space is now so large that there are also investors that are looking to deploy $10 million, $5 million per project to just support businesses that have a social impact model attached to their strategy and business growth model. So that then means even at a smaller level, there is players that can play there. At medium level, there is players. At a larger scale, there is players. So we all have space to play. We just have to collaborate, work together, and get some of these interventions working. From experience over the last 20 years that I've been deploying capital for social impact and investment, I must say social impact has now grown beyond just talking about the rural people, the rural poor. What we are doing about climate change, what we are doing about financial inclusion, what we are doing about community healthcare improvements and social work are all becoming key and are being embedded in each of the various financial interventions and models and impact expectations. With those points, I would be very keen, and I must conclude by saying thank you, fellow investors. For policymakers in Uganda, I think we are getting there. We are starting to have the right framework for various impact players and investors to play in. For entrepreneurs, it is simple. Do what you're doing best. Capital should even look for you. If you have a good business project that has a good social impact, involvement and attachment to it, you shouldn't be going out and running after money. Money should be looking for you and should be coming to you. If you are able to support and embed the climate interventions in the business model, again, there's so much climate capital out there that will be willing to come and look for you and deploy the capital and support you to grow. For enterprises, we've already been told, ownership is just a number, just like age is just a number. Many businesses think they will grow by just commercial debt. And for social enterprises, some of us have proven and believe it's not going to be always ideal. You need to think outside the box, think about alternative investment structures, think about equity solutions, think about venture capital, think about even many times we are still going to need grants, but grants being used sustainably and for responsible interventions, rather than grants to compete with capital, commercial capital in the market. And those conversations we are having with everybody. Working with communities. However much we go online and have all these Zoom and things, it's going to be very many years ahead before we have apps that can replace humans in some of the interventions. It's still going to mean a lot for some of our masses. The young people, the youth, the women, the vulnerable groups all need the interventions and support to grow. In the end, for a better world, for us to be resilient, for us to be differentiated, we'll need to deliver sustainable growth, not just in financial terms, but also in our social interventions and engagements. And without that, however successful we are in delivering growth for financial returns, it's going to be very difficult in the near future to justify any investing methodologies without impacting on the communities. Some of the young people, the Gen Zs of this world, are all looking at some of us. What kind of footmarks we are leaving behind, what kind of investments we are leaving behind. I must say, over the next 18 months, we will be finishing and closing our Yield Uganda Investment Fund, and I can tell you, I look back 10 years ago and I say, when we started this fund, it's a 20 million euro fund. We got support from EU, IFAD, NSSF, FCA, and SEDF, and we've returned some of the money back already. At least a third of the capital is already back to the investors. But in the next 18 months, we close the fund and the fund life ends. But when I see some of the projects we have invested in Uganda and how much they are doing in terms of social impact and engagements, it is just so fulfilling that they will outlive my own life. I look at some of the projects like Clark Farm, we announced an exit recently. Write enough about them. Thank you, everybody, and I will write enough about them. Thank you, everybody, and I wish you a very good event.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isingoma. If you have not worked with investors who work in $1 million, $1 million, and you're here, $1 million, and you're here, and Dr. Isingoma has just spoken, you don't want to go before you get his card. I'm a knowledge management expert, and many times we have a lot of experience in our heads, a lot of knowledge, and we don't share because people are not forthcoming. Here is Dr. Isingoma. Dr. Isingoma, I know how to manage funds. Please call me when you have €1 million project, and we shall work on this one together. So thank you very much, Dr. Isingoma. I want to recognize the presence of Mr. Okello again, the ED of NGO Bureau. Mr. Okello? Yes. I mentioned that because of one thing. The NGO narrative in this country has been a difficult conversation until now. So thank you very much for what you have done for us. I also want to recognize Mr. Oketiyat. Very sorry if I've not pronounced it very well. But Vincent, you're here with us. If you can, he's the other side. Okay. I'm going to revise the pronunciation. So I want us to recognize the presence of the LC chairperson of this place. He's called Mr. Tony Lukenge. Mr. Tony Lukenge, are you around? Moli Muchizimbe? Arieri? Okay. And we also want to recognize the arrival and presence of Mr. Abitekaniza from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Is he here? Still the other side. Okay. I understand. But now I am told that Honorable Rosette is here. Honorable Rosette, please stand up for recognition. Yes, thank you very much for honoring our invitation and for coming to be with us. Okay, so we are going to move very quickly to two remarks. Remarks from two development and impact partners, and that will be from Sega Family Foundation. Is not here, so we shall have from Mr. Okello. He's on the plenary, okay. Okay, so let's have a speech, a remark from the delegation from the Embassy of Sweden. I do not know whether it is Pauline or, okay, so we are going to have a remark from the delegation from the Embassy of Sweden. They are here with us, and I want to welcome you to speak to us. We will have, I think, 5 or a few minutes, if you can, so that we catch up on time. We are a little bit behind schedule. Thank you very much and welcome. Let's put our hands together.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dear organizers, all protocols observed. Thank you so much for inviting the Swedish Embassy to this year's symposium. We appreciate the work that Capital Solution does, and we feel a particular connection to the organization as one of its founders and the CEO, Dr. Joyce Tamale, is a Swedish Institute alumni who participated in a sustainable leadership training with the Swedish Institute 5 years ago. And I could not agree more with the previous speaker, Dr. Isingoma, about the steady progress. I was here last year and was also awed by the new hall that we're celebrating this year's symposium in. So I'm very honored to join this vibrant gathering of innovators, dreamers, and doers, also known as social entrepreneurs. You're the ones who wake up and say, let's fix this, whether it's a broken education system, a health gap, or a fashion industry that is unsustainable. I'm also slightly intimidated because what can I, a government bureaucrat from the Embassy of Sweden, offer such entrepreneurs? Well, if you allow me, I will share some experience from Sweden's innovation journey and talk about how we can partner with Uganda and social entrepreneurs through trade and development cooperation. Sweden is often described as an innovative country, but innovation for us is not only about technology, it's also about solving problems that matters for society. Many Swedish startups combine business models with social impact, addressing challenges in areas such as clean energy, digital inclusion, and sustainable food. And climate action is integrated into how we innovate, build, and live. Spotify and Skype are companies that you may have heard of. They are the more famous of the Swedish startups. But in fact, there are hundreds of smaller initiatives across our cities and rural areas that aim to create value for both people and planet. And as many of you know, innovation does not happen without risk. And one thing that characterizes the Swedish innovation system is the willingness to try, fail, and to learn. Failure is not seen as an endpoint, but more as part of the creative process. This culture of experimentation has helped us foster new ideas in unexpected places, and it is in the same spirit that drives social entrepreneurship, courage, creativity, and resilience. Another cornerstone for us has always been inclusion. Sweden is among the more gender equal countries in the world, and there are always a strong effort to support women and youth in entrepreneurship. But equality is never finished work. It is a continuous process of making sure more voices are heard, more leaders are seen, and more ideas are given the space to grow. And in this way, the priorities in the Swedish innovation ecosystem are closely aligned with the vision of this symposium to empower young people and women to shape the future. Partnerships are also essential. Sweden does not see cooperation as a one-way street, but a mutual exchange. And when it comes to our partnership with Uganda, I will briefly mention the two policies that guide our work, including at the Swedish Embassy. Through our strategy for development cooperation with Uganda, we're committed to supporting inclusive societies, gender equality, and climate-smart solutions. Social entrepreneurs are natural allies across this mission. You are already where it matters most, at the grassroots, in the margins, and in the messy middle, where the real change happens. And through our strategy for trade, investment, and global competitiveness, we're opening doors for partnership that go beyond development cooperation. This includes co-creation, joint ventures, and impact-driven investments. Swedish companies are increasingly looking for purpose-driven collaboration, and Uganda's social enterprise sector is ripe with opportunity. I would, before I conclude, take this opportunity to encourage others to apply to the Swedish Institute's various leadership programs. It would be great to come back next year and find more alumni here in this crowd. I also want to briefly draw your attention to an event named Africa Week, which takes place in Kigali in November. It is hosted by Swedish foundation Norrsken. Norrsken is Swedish for Northern Lights, and it's a non-profit foundation born out of the belief that a belief in entrepreneurship and new technology as powerful forces for positive change. And the Africa Week will bring together leading stakeholders in technology and entrepreneurship to spotlight the investors and technology companies that are shaping the future of this continent. To conclude, I'm confident that the ideas born here at the Social Entrepreneurship Symposium will travel far and inspire many. As we dive into today's conversations on inclusion and climate action, let's remember that the future is not something that we are waiting for. It's something that we co-create. And if we do it right, it will be inclusive and green. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Madam Lotta from the Embassy of Sweden. And let's put our hands together, a little harder than that. Let's clap for the delegation from the Embassy of Sweden. Thank you very much for coming and for honoring our invitation. We are going to get some soothing sound from our very own Waswa of Inwa's music. I know that you're going to set up, but as you do, we are also preparing to put up the slides for the guest of honor who is also online. However, we have given you some QR codes on the tables. Are you seeing them? If you don't have a QR code on your table, let's know, and then they can serve you a QR code. What you do is to use your phone. We are going to have a few things to do with that QR code. So, DJ, if you can give us a small sound. Yes, as he sets up. Oh, he's done. He's good. Okay. So as we listen to the sound, we are going to be using our phones. code you should be seeing on your screen, and the IT team is going to put that screen right here. There must be a question to you on your screen. Let me see if you have seen the question. If you have seen the question already on your phone, you scan that QR code and answer the question that you see on your screen. This is a very safe platform, so if you're asked to agree, you click agree and you can put your name. Okay? So our dear members online, the link is coming to you through Mercy and Ben. Please connect to that link and you'll be able to be with us. Let me know if you've gotten the question and you've answered. IT team, can we focus that screen here if it's possible? The question is, in which city or town or district did you grow up from? And if you can see that question, then you are connected. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, so I can see the answers are coming through. Yeah, you type where you grew up from, if you can see the questions. I am seeing many people saying Kampala. I hope that is true. I did not grow up in Kampala. I just came here to make money. Yes. So I know many of you came here to look for money. But you grew up from Bukoma, Simbi, Chamulibwa, those places. The IT team is supposed to do this for us. So I am on the Zoom. If you can let me share this screen. The IT team. Yes. Can you see that? Now put the Zoom screen here because I have actually gotten to the Zoom. Okay. I can see that you are doing well. And let's go to the second question. The second question. Kasese, Masindi, I can see Entebbe, Maganjo. Okay, this is good. So the second question is right here. Please be honest. Please be very honest. This is going to help us. This is going to help us to do something. Please be honest. Have you ever stolen anything? Whether from home or from your employer or from school? Be honest. We are not capturing your name here. We are just a yes or no. We want to see the percentage and conclude, because in the house we have researchers. We want to conclude on something. Maybe it can give us an opportunity to have a study. Okay? So, yes, people are very honest. I can see that we have over 80% very honestly saying they have ever stolen something. Okay. This is good. This is good to know. And so, we shall not bother on asking that question in our research. That question is answered. Now, the second or rather third question is here. And I want you also to continue to be honest. The question is right here. And the question is, do you tend to take more sugar just because you're in a restaurant than you do at home? Yes or no? No. If I put chicken, the answers might change. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. And the last question for this time is here. We have the answers we have seen, where the yes and no's are. The last question for this segment is right here. I want you to answer this one very honestly again. Now this is the final question that closes our study. To see whether we need a study on something or not. Are you trustworthy? Please answer honestly, and we shall see. Okay. Okay. So we know now that some people have actually stolen something, but they consider themselves trustworthy. Okay. Perfect. So thank you for this, and we are going to come back to this page at a later time. And when we come back, we shall be winning gifts. Allow me stop this right now, but keep the QR codes with you on the tables. We shall come back to it, and I will tell you why we had to ask those questions. For now, let's go to our next presentation. Our online participants have also been very active. Thank you very much. And we are now set for the presentation from our guest of honor, Dr. Nina, the CEO of Siemens Stiftung. So, IT team, if you can put on the screen. Dr. Nina, can you hear us?
From the Siemens Stiftung team, and I would like to inform that we waited for too long, and unfortunately Dr. Schmidt had to go for her next meeting because we were told 10, and then we waited now 40 minutes, so she had to leave.
Sorry about that. Are we able to get the presentation though?
There wasn't a presentation because it was just delivering the keynote.
Okay, so are you able to speak to us on her behalf in any way? Unfortunately not. Oh, we are sorry about that.
Yeah, we waited for long and she had to leave, so we wish you all good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you very much. We are very sorry. We apologize. We delayed a bit, and we hope it will be better next time. And I know that Dr. Nina is with us in spirit, and we shall still hear from her even then. Thank you very much. And greetings from Kampala and from all of us, the social entrepreneurs.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so thank you very much. That's how it is as of now. And so we are going to have the remarks from the government representative. And after that, we have the documentary. I think, Mercy, you're ready with your documentary to show us. And thereafter, we shall go for the exhibition. So allow me invite Mr. Johnson Abitekaniza, the Assistant Commissioner from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to come and speak to us. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, I hear the certain bit. The social entrepreneurs are beginning to think of what to answer in the entrepreneurial way. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, protocols observed. I'm happy and honored to be here to represent the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I know you had invited our permanent secretary, but various things happened in the course of this week that would not enable her to be here. But she has requested me to represent her at this symposium. And therefore I'm happy that I'm representing the ministry at this symposium, which is a good platform. And I salute Capital Solutions, which has been organizing this for some time. And you know, when Dr. Tamale first came to our ministry, we had those engagements a number of years ago, and she has kept on picking on a leaf here and there and continuing with this. But I also hope that those of us who come to attend gain something for the development of social entrepreneurship and the development of the ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme you have picked, reshaping the future, to us as a ministry, we are saying it's not just for a topical discussion, but it's a call to action. for social enterprises, which aim to solve social and environmental problems through innovative and business models. And these are usually uniquely positioned to answer the call that we have to in developing enterprises. And social enterprises are a vanguard of the economy that is for inclusiveness, sustainability, and resilience. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have looked at our national development plan for this country, you see the government pronouncement for existing growth and sustainability of enterprises. And there we don't discriminate the kind of enterprises we are looking at. And so as we thank you for inviting us, ladies and gentlemen, the ministry recognizes that the ecosystem around entrepreneurship must thrive. And this does not require just a goodwill, but strategic, structured, and supportive environment is necessary. And we can draw from global perspectives. And a number of our other countries in the world have taken on social entrepreneurship. And here it may be looked at as a new thing, when in other areas there's a lot that is being done. Ladies and gentlemen, as a ministry, we look at how we can have a contribution to this. And I would want to just point out a few things within which we can operate in order to have this space of the social entrepreneurship grown. One of them is how we can champion tailored legal and regulatory framework. And you could know that the legal identity is a bedrock of an enterprise. And we are committed to leading this venture using other interministerial coordinations, because you know, you put one act here, you put a sentence, you find it's responsible, it's falling within Ministry of Finance for financing issues. You are aware that there is already a desk on green financing at the Ministry of Finance, and the issue of looking at enterprise development, we are sharing it with the various other ministries. So we think that we should be able to join hands and coordinate the various ministries to do this. But as we do this, please, we request that you could also play your part. You know, as social entrepreneurs, there is a part of advocacy. There is a room where we may not be as a Ministry of Trade, but for you, you are there. Can you do positive advocacy? And at times for us, having come from the enterprise bit of it, we usually say, don't do it in a way of an orphan or in a way of a vulnerable person. You know, when you are vulnerable, the way you complain, the way you put out, in fact, the way you advocate, at times it borders complaining and looking like you are low. That's why we are saying, can we have positive advocacy such that the various stakeholders can recognize the unique dual mission of a social enterprise, such that we can simplify compliance processes, reduce bureaucratic burdens that could be there. And therefore, we need to work in unifying networks within the ecosystem, such that we can promote shared goals. Because if you are social enterprises and you don't have shared goals, and you're in the same ecosystem, you'll find somebody who meets another person, he meets this donor, he talks about something, he meets these business people, he says something else. We need to have that common vision. Ladies and gentlemen, there's the issue of facilitating blended finance and market access. We understand access to funding is a challenge, is variously pronounced, especially for social enterprises. People will never see you as if you are really for only business. They will see you differently. But this is something we can still play a role to convene the various people for the betterment of this kind of enterprises. And as I've said, for the part of government, our Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development takes lead in terms of financing. But if we can coordinate with them, then we see what happens. Then the issue of market access. There are a number of things we are doing. And as a ministry, we hope that we can leverage on the existing MSMEs to support the various structures to have dedicated pathways for social enterprises such that you can be able to access the public and private procurement systems and those opportunities that would be there. Obviously, with the more innovation, which innovation must care for climate considerations, issues of environment, issues of social governance. And I know if you are a social enterprise, then obviously the issue of social governance should also be able to come as almost a given. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of the growth of these social enterprises in the ecosystem, there has been an issue to do with the scope and scale of business development services for the enterprises. And so as a ministry, we are looking at how we can expand this scope to integrate issues of social entrepreneurship. Right now, we are taking lead in reviewing, in coming up with a business development policy, because we have already finished a regulatory impact assessment on business development services, and we hope it's possible that we should now have the words into the policy. And that's where we shall want to call on you, those who are in this space, to help us on how you would want the social enterprises captured in this. And we are also going ahead to organize the BDS providers. We know social enterprises, other than the issues of financial literacy, record keeping, finance management, there are other things that you might need to take care of. And so we want to organize these providers who will be able to support the various enterprises, and we have the delivery and the standards streamlined. By the way, we have even come up with the standards on delivery of business development services, which you need as a lifeblood of your institutions. And so we are also saying, as a ministry, if you do something and it's not known, nobody will think about it. So we hope that we should be able to work with you, work with the various government institutions, like the Bureau of Statistics and other institutions, to be able to monitor what is happening. Issues of monitoring and evaluation of social enterprises. How do you articulate yourself in terms of monitoring and evaluation? How do you report on yourselves to be able to show that concern for the country to say, yes, we also exist, we are contributing this, we are having this impact into the economy? That's another area we think we should be able to come up with. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, we are thinking through the issue of promoting the standards of governance and impact within the economy, which we pray that you join hands with us to be able to articulate properly, to be able to set the indicators. When I'm setting an indicator of any other business that is for profit, the parameters are very simple. But social impact at times needs us to have slightly better, more skills to think through it. I know personally I've gone through issues of social performance management, but we have also put issues of social audit among the cooperatives. But we realize even our auditors out there, when you tell them, can you bring a report on this, they are finding a challenge. So ladies and gentlemen, I would want to reiterate that as a ministry, we remain committed to creating an enabling environment for entrepreneurship, which we have guided that when you want to move very fast, you go alone, but when you want to go very far, you go with others. So we are also mobilizing cooperatives to take part of this. And so we recognize that social enterprises are an essential part of this ecosystem. And we will continue working with partners to expand access to finance, markets, supportive policies. But government cannot act alone, ladies and gentlemen. We need these partnerships between the public and private sector, the civil society, and the various development partners. I'm happy you have some development partners we saw in the program that you are dealing with. And so we are saying together, let us reshape the future through social entrepreneurship, with inclusion and climate action at the heart of everything we do. On behalf of the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, And as you could have noted, some of the things I have said are not only by the Ministry of Trade, they have been set out by the government of Uganda, and so we hope that as you come to this ecosystem, you will leverage on these partnerships for the growth and sustainability of social enterprises. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Abitekaniza. For those who know the language in which that name comes from, you know that that name means the one who prepares things. So he has prepared very well for us in the ministry, and we are coming. And you've told us, make known what you do. I think that is branding, yes, in our social entrepreneurship language. So branding, branding, and branding. Thank you very much. We have 2 items to go, because I say that to go because we have an outdoor activity that is taking us out of our chairs. So the next item is the documentary, and I know Mercy is doing that right now. And after we have watched this documentary, we are going for the exhibition. But before we leave our chairs at the end of the documentary, I would want to mention that we shall come here for the main plenary. And in the main plenary, our moderator is going to be Madame Damali Sali. She's around. I've seen her around. I think she just moved out. And we have lined up a number of speakers, one of them being Mr. Okema Vincent, who is also with us. Mr. Okema Vincent, you're welcome. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation, and we are glad to have you in the room. It is ready? Okay, so, and we shall have another speaker, and that is Dr. Okello Stephen, the ED of the NGO Bureau. You'll be joining us in the main plenary for the discussion, and we shall also have Mr. Kayinga Yisto, and I know he's within us here. Mr. Kayinga, are you here? If you can, yes, welcome. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation, and we look forward to hearing from you. So if the IT team is ready, I am ready. Okay, roll it.
landfill. Our products include the briquettes, the energy saving stoves, and we also do training and other low-cost waste recycling to make crafts. I've been privileged to be part of the Social Entrepreneurship Forum, where I was able to access a loan through SIF. So there are financial benefits that are associated with being part of this forum. Loans are very expensive in Uganda, so SIF becomes that friend from whom you can access a loan, like just a call away, without going through many things, bring a collateral. And it's very flexible in the sense that the payment terms are discussed, then also the interest is low, so it's really affordable. That makes it a very attractive fund. So SIF comes in handy, and when I got this loan, well, I needed to just boost up. Sometimes we have orders, the very big orders, which we cannot execute because we don't have the working capital. But having access now to this fund, it helps me to execute that order, deliver, and then when I get the payments, I'm able to pay off the loan. So that makes it very flexible and friendly for the enterprise.
But financial support alone is not enough. That is why our Social Entrepreneurship Hub was established, a space where learning meets practice, where ideas are nurtured, and where the next generation of social entrepreneurs gains skills, mentorship, and the confidence to lead change. At our hub, young people and women are not just trained, they are empowered. From tailoring and agribusinesses to digital marketing and innovation, the hub equips them to build enterprises that respond to real community needs.
My name is Wenge Michel, an accountant by profession, as well as an entrepreneur, and I'm a founder of Meat Yogurt. What motivated me to join Wegoe? I had a desire to learn entrepreneurship skills, and through a friend, I connected to Wegoe program, whereby I was able to learn all the entrepreneurship skills I wanted. I've been able to gain skills such as personal branding, online branding, teamwork, consistency in business, and marketing. Under marketing, I gained skills like marketing plan, strategies, and also product development. Under product development, we've been able to introduce more 2 flavors. By the time I joined Wegoe, I had 4 flavors, but I added on more 2 flavors, that is mango and chocolate. And this has really helped to increase on the number of customers in my business, and increasing on the business revenue.
I'm acting as a general manager for Chagwe County Multipurpose Cooperative Society, in short, CAMCO. It started as an initiative for a county called Chagwe way back in 2018, and we registered it thereafter as a cooperative society with a purpose of uplifting livelihoods of farmers in Chagwe County through value addition or agribusiness. We also participated in an accelerator program conducted by Capital Solutions, which enabled us to accelerate our program and our businesses, and it enabled us to scale up our products, and now we have 15 products, including spices, beverages, and juices.
None of this work would be achieved without the support and collaboration from our valued partners and government ministries. Your dedication and continued support is what has enabled us to transform lives and communities. To our dear members of the Safe Social Entrepreneurship Association in Uganda, your commitment, dedication, passion and perseverance that you demonstrate every day is what has kept us going. This is the future we are reshaping together. We strongly believe social entrepreneurship is a calling. It's an opportunity to serve humanity while making a living. Hence, addressing the 3 Ps, that is, profit, people, and planet.
Thank you so very much, Team Capital Solutions, for putting that together. And in a very special way, I'm going to ask you to put your hands together. But before that, we want to thank GIZ. GIZ for supporting and building the capacity of CSOs in social entrepreneurship. Madam Nambi, please take our gratitude as Capital Solutions and all of us, the social entrepreneurs who are here. Thank you very much for supporting this cause. And now, we are good to go for the exhibition. My co-host is going to be the lead in the exhibition, and she's already there waiting for you. What we are going to do is to go quickly, have the exhibition, and we shall come back here. Now, who is going to guide us? The man with the saxophone has gone. So when you move out of this room, look for the saxophone. He's going to be the one to first lead you to where to start from. And Estella is also that side, waiting for us. So we can have a simple sound, a song that can make people, get out of their chairs so that we move to the exhibition. Thank you very much for your kind attention so far, and we are coming back here in a very short while where Madame Damari Sari is going to be the moderator for the main plenary. Thank you very much. DJ? As we move out, your bags are safe, but your phones are not. So take your phone, and you can leave your bag here, and I'm making sure that somebody is taking care of the bags and taking care of the books. Carry your phone, the bags can remain behind, and we move quickly. We shall have only 8 to 10 minutes, and we come back here. So let's move. If somebody is here and you came with UBM 863C, you need to help others move. And UAT 122E, UBF 644P. If you're here, please go to the parking area for support, to support others to move. So let's get to the exhibition, and it will take us only 8 minutes, and we come back here.
company in clean cooking because of the over-reliance on
just scan the QR code, then you go through the process, you enroll, you select the course of your choice, then you can register with us.
Digitalizing systems, everything is at its best. Ham Hearts, Warm Hearts Foundation, you have 1 microsecond to tell us about your products.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nakalin Shadia. I work with Warm Hearts Foundation. Under Warm Hearts Foundation, you have the Classic Organics. At Classic Organics, we make the liquid soap that is 30% organic. It helps in cleaning, mopping, washing utensils. You can use it apart from bathing, but you can do all of other things at home. We have the hand sanitizer that kills germs at 99.9%. We have the hair food, coconut hair food, that helps our hair to grow stronger and healthy. Then we have the hand wash that is also eco-friendly. It keeps our hands smooth. It has glycerin in it. Yeah, what makes our products unique, they are eco-friendly, they are 30% organic. Thank you.
We have to keep the climate in considerations. We have Chinuji nuts.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rachel from Stepping Stone Platform, the only parenting hub you need to raise holistic children. And today we have the parenting journal. What do you know about your child? How can you bond with your child? You know your child is the person who will represent you after several years. We have this at only 100,000. Please take a copy. We have this game box. It is a treasure card. It helps you to understand your child, to spend the quality time, not the quantity time with your child. And as well, we have a product. In this era, we have the Chinu nuts, the organic nuts with no additives, no machines, and nothing at only 13,000. Thank you.
Okay, parenting is increasing in space with whoever has children, whoever is in front of me. Veronica's World of Saints.
Good afternoon to you, everyone. Yeah, my business is Veronica's World of Saints, and I produce scented candles, reed diffusers, and car diffusers, and they bring, they add a good scent in your cars and rooms and offices. Yes, I have them in different scents and at different prices.
Let's have our cars smelling as good as we left at home. Centennium Candles. Tell us about your business.
Hello, my name is Chibuye Jovia. Centennium Candles is my business name. We make scented candles good for relaxation and unwinding from the long days, from offices and all the stress at work. They go for 50,000 for the big tins. The medium ones are 35, and then the small ones, we have the ones for 20 and 25. Very good for relaxation. You don't need to stress after work.
From the Ministry of Trade, you go very and relax a bit. Tell us about, you have 1 microsecond.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akite Ruth. I make beaded materials, bracelets, and earrings of all types. I even make crocheted earrings. I'm here to enhance looks. I'm the CEO of the business. Thank you.
Enhancing looks so that we look malinguous. Okay, AK's Cookies, are you there? Okay, good afternoon. I'm called Evelyn and I am deaf. We spoke about inclusion. I am selling cookies. These are different types of flavors: Iggy coconut, brownies, cocoa, and sugar. Cookies go for 1,000, brownies go for 1,000. Do not hesitate to support me so that I also support other entrepreneurs. Esther, tell us about your cookies.
I have Esther J. White Confectionaries. We deal in cookies. It is 8,000 each. And then the daddies, they are very good and crunchy. And then our G-Nut we have at 10. Then the crisps we have 5,000, 1,000. Then we also have the small packets for 500 each. Thank you.
Everyone, 500 shillings, 1,000. It's unique. Maria's Unique Fashions. Tell us more about the beauty.
Thank you, madam. Yes, we are Maria's Unique Fashions, making a person unique and pride of him or herself. We make beaded bags. As we have been making
making this one. This is one side. I'm going to make the second side. We do make ankle wear. The trouser is inside. I think this is good for you.
The minister will fit in it, the commissioner. Okay, thank you so much. How much material in Uganda is here? We are looking to support Uganda by Uganda. Can you have Ugandan beads in your products? You wouldn't, so it's 50-50 Ugandan. Let's get to this last corner. Tell us briefly about yourself.
Madam Mwasibye Mutya Erinya Nabo Maget Road from Namayumba Workso, the end of Workso. I'm dealing in snacks. Snacks by Bugonda. I'm a younger CEO. Trained by Younger Project, helped by Capital Solutions. So I thank you so much. I beg to support me.
Ebyokulya bya bitaano bitaano bannange muje muli ebyokulya avudde Namayumba Wakiso gyesemberi. Next.
Thank you so much, madam. My name is Elizabeth Asimwe. I'm here for anti-porridge from Fauna Health Foods Limited, the proud producers of anti-porridge. Anti-porridge has come with its vision as usual of raising healthy families in and around the globe.
Anti-porridge, very instant. Next. You have half a second.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Lena Letitia. I own a business of Letitia's Enterprise. Have wine of 15, okra beverage of at 5,000, and coffee at 5,000. Thank you. Please come and support me.
These are all products of Capital Solutions. Mickey Cookies, 1 second.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Priscilla Chirabo, CEO of Mickey Cookies, and I did this business to be able to graduate, and through Mickey Cookies, I graduated with a first class. So I didn't stop only here. I started an initiative called Mickey Little Bakers. So every purchase you make here, 5% goes to the young girls in the ghettos.
5% goes to the young. That is a true social enterprise. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Bongo from Sorority. I deal in handcraft shoes. I came with this initiative because there was a lot of unemployment for women in Sorority. So this one, we do it to earn a living, and I train even some ladies from there. Thank you. It only goes at
20,000. Aha. As our guests go the other side, you prepare, you start telling them about you. We start from here. Dr. Joyce, we start from here and finish in the corner.
Thank you so much. This is Tamari Investments Limited. We do value addition to tamarind. We have millet porridge that's mixed with tamarind. Then we have juice concentrate, both 500 mils and 1 liter. The millet porridge goes for 10,000. The concentrate 500 mils is 25,000, and the 1 liter is 50,000.
Tamarind products here, they have the concentrated juice in 1 liter, half liter, and the concentrated porridge, millet, atapa, original. We go to the next very fast.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Bertha's Accessories House. We deal in all hair accessories. We deal in necklaces, the earrings. If you want any accessory to match your outfit, I'm the plug. I have very nice accessories. I can't wait to have you all. Thank you.
She wants to accessorize me. Let me go to Kija's Herbal Solution. Just a minute.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Baluka Hajara, and I'm the co-founder of Kija Herbal Solution. We deal in various herbs and spices in order to manage various health conditions. Amongst our herbs, we have the anti-ulcerative. This one, We also have anti-pressure. We have various spices such as cinnamon, chai kaomera, turmeric, black seed, among others. We are located at Zambia, adjacent.
And all the products are from our natural herbs. Last but not least,
you are welcome, everyone. We are WeSwift. We provide refugee women with income-generating skills through sale and giving them market access for their products. And we do this by training them through hands crocheting skills and selling their products through online platform and local vendors. Thank you.
They spoke about inclusion. Last but not least, we go to Capital Solutions, our hosts. Without them, we wouldn't have been here. Over to you.
All right. Very good afternoon, everyone. My name's Angel Nakasuja, and I serve at Capital Solutions in marketing and advisory services. Capital Solutions is a social enterprise, and we started in 2014. And what we do, we inspire, build, and transform Africans to become successful social enterprises. How we do it, we build the capacity of social enterprises through the Social Business Accelerator program. It's a 6-month program where they come and they are skilled to become investment ready. We also convene social enterprises with a social entrepreneurship forum, which we have done today. We have convened them to come and network and also collaborate and learn new things. We also have the advisory services where I sit, where that is where we build the business plans, the investment readiness, and as well as capacity building for social enterprises and civil society organizations. Then we have the Social Investment Fund. We realized many social enterprises in Uganda didn't have access to finance. So we created a micro fund. It is an impact fund, but also revolving. So they're able to borrow at 2% per month, and then they're able to bring it back, and another social enterprise is able to access it. And so far, 91 of the social enterprises in the forum have been able to access finance with the Social Investment Fund. So that is it in a nutshell. And we are also selling products that are branded to give visibility for the brand, but as well as promote social entrepreneurship. Yeah, thank you so much.
We sell because we want sustainability. When you give us the money, we need to reproduce it and reproduce it, lend at the cheapest rate. So there is money in the room, ladies and gentlemen. We go back to the main hall. That is where they are giving away money. The faster you move, the better. First in, first out. Don't say Estella did not tell us about the money. Yes, she knew where the money was, and she kept quiet.
Thank you so very much, Estella. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating in the exhibition. And we are now back here in the main hall, call it the multipurpose facility. We are here for the main plenary that is going to take about 30 minutes, and then we shall have a breakout session. So all our guests, please come in. If we can have Waswa come with you. Waswa, are you near? Can you come with the guests? Estella, you can lead the guests into...
Ladies and gentlemen, the exhibition is here the whole day. So let's move back to the main room, please, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, you hold one person behind, they miss out on the next activities. And since all of you have tags, I'm going to start reading names. So and so, I'm looking at you. And so, I'm looking at you. Rija, can you let those ladies go back to the main room? Please, can we go back and finalize the most important part of the event? If you miss money, don't say Estella did not tip us. We head back to the main room. Tap your neighbor and tell them we get back to the main room. Mr. Chigura is holding money. You just keep the money. The balance you'll give him tomorrow on mobile money. Jude, we go. Honorable Rosette. We go back to the main room.
Thank you so very much, Estella. Wonderful job done out there. And thank you, our guests, for honoring our invitation once again. I would like to welcome you back here, and we are going for the main plenary. It's going to be moderated by Madame Damali Sali. But before she comes on the podium, and I know she's in the
Ladies
room
and
already.
gentlemen, the best part of today is happening now. And it's happening in the main hall. So
Alright.
don't say until we came, we didn't see, we didn't hear.
Now that you've said that, Estella, please come here in the main plenary
Ate
room.
it was Nachigalala, it is a village, they didn't give us everything nice. The nice things are the other side.
Can somebody tap Estella, because she's very passionate about whatever she's saying? And okay, so thank you very much for coming back here. Like I mentioned, I just want to say a few things before we welcome Madame Damali Sali to moderate. One, there's a very special group that has joined us. A very special group of investors, of social entrepreneurs that is coming from, I am told, from a place very near us here. They are a team of, I think, 100 members. Okay? If I am speaking about you, can you kind of show that it is you that I'm talking about? Okay, this team has accessed finances or funding from the Social Investment Fund, and they are here with us today. I think this is the first time they attend the Social Entrepreneurship Symposium, and I think they are the first group ever to access funding from the Social Investment Fund. If you are among these people, I know you're here. You're very many. I can't mention all your names, but I know that you're here. If you have come as a group, I want you to kindly stand up. I know someone has spoken to me about it. I want to see them. I want to see them. Where are they? Aha. Do we have a microphone? Do we have a microphone? Yes. So this is the group from Bunamwaya Sako, and I'm told there are more than 100, but we have about 5 people in here representing the group. So I will give the microphone to one of them to just speak about what they do and why they are here. Why do you think you should be here and not in Bunamwaya at this time?
Thank you very much, my brother. The name of Kutesa Steven. I'm very grateful to be here. The one who brought us here is called
Kutesa, don't mind. Oyo eyabayita oba tomumanyi tofaayo. Lwaki oli wano olwaleero?
Ekindeese wano olwaleero zize nange ne gurupu gye nzize nayo okuyiga ekigenda mu maaso. Guno gwe mulundi gwaffe ogusoose okujja, naye nga weetuli abaliwo tuweerako, naye ate tuli basanyufu nnyo okulaba nti tuli wano. Mu gurupu yaffe nze akulira abaagala ssente, nze alina okubanoonya nembalaba nembakakasa nti bebo abatuufu abagwanidde okuzitwala.
Mwebale nnyo mwami Kuteesa, mwebalire ddala ababunamwaya, mwetulire, mwebale nnyo, ndowooza mulabye ekigenda mu maaso ate mugenda kiyigira ddala.
Nga sinnabaako ndina omukyala abadde ayimidde
omukyala bambi.
Omukyala ono ye chairperson wa gurupu eyo.
Okay. Muwakazindala ayogera erinnya lye.
Amannya gange nze Sylvia Nyesijje, nze chairperson w'ekibiina, nange nsanyusa okubeera wano.
Wow. Tumuwa obugalo bannange. Thank you very much Sylvia, and thank you for coming. Akakazindala bajja kakimago weetuulire. So, our guests from the Swedish Embassy, are leaving us, and I would like to warmly welcome them on the podium for something very, very dear to us, small but very dear to us. So I would like to welcome Dr. Joyce Tamale to do the honors of handing over this small token of appreciation to Madame Lotta from the Embassy of Sweden. Thank you very much for coming and for speaking to us and for honoring our invitation. Everywhere we do invite you. Let's put our hands together as they do this. Thank you very much. We are growing stronger. At Capital Solutions, we inspire, we transform, and we build. That's what we do. So thank you very much for being a good partner of the Capital Solutions fraternity. And without taking too much time, I want to now welcome Madame Sally Damali, who is going to take us through the plenary session. We will take not more than 30 minutes, Madame Sally. I don't know how you're going to make it, but I know you're magical. You can do this. So put your hands together, yes. And do you want to come here or you want to sit there? You'll sit. Do you want me to invite the others? You'll invite them. I knew. I was just joking. So over to you, Madame Sally. Thank you very much. And there we go.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here, and I wasn't introduced so much, but I am Jamali Sali. I am the country director for the Global Alliance of Improved Nutrition. Prior to that, I'm very new in that role, but prior to that, I was at the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and prior to that, I was at Trademark East Africa. I also run a social enterprise called the Ideation Corner. I don't know how many people who know about it, but thank you. Thank you. I also, yes, I run a social enterprise, but I'm here to moderate today. And I do have a panel of distinguished members of society. Mr. Vincent Oketayot Okema, please. You may join. Clap for him. I'm going to do a full introduction after they sit down. And I also do have a Dr. Okello. Please do come over to the podium. Very happy to see you. And the third panelist is Mr. Kayenga Yisito. Please come over to the podium. I have all gentlemen. But I'm leading since I'm the moderator. I wonder if I could get a microphone instead, because this is a bit far. Pull it further. Yes. So, thank you. I'll start off by introducing Mr. Vincent. Mr. Vincent, who is a senior MSME expert at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Mr. Vincent also is best in the Business Development and Quality Assurance Department. He also serves on the National Startup Policy Committee, where he is instrumental in ensuring that a supportive environment for incubation and entrepreneurs is developed. So please, another round of claps for Mr. Vincent. Mr. Kayenga Yisito, who is a grassroots social entrepreneur, transforming lives in the rural communities and providing job opportunities for women and youth and adults through several community and social enterprises that are based in Kayunga, Luengo, Masaka, Kiwangala, and many other areas. And for Dr. Okello, unfortunately, I didn't get your profile, so I'm going to give you a chance to give us a small brief about who you are. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, moderator. I'm called Dr. Okello Stephen. I was once the executive director in NGO Bureau till last year when the rationalization took place and the title changed to Secretary NGO Bureau. I have been at the of so many things involved in transforming the NGO sector in this country. I have developed the policies, the acts, the regulations, so everything has my signature and at least a touch of. So anything to do with social enterprise is something I've been advocating for in the sector as far back as 2015. Some of the things I said then are beginning to bite now, and so many people would wish to actually be on board by now. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Okello. As you can see, this panel is very distinguished. I'm going to ask one question, I think, to you, and I will start probably from my end with Dr. Okello, given his intro here. And I would ask briefly, share with us how you believe social enterprise can shape the future of Africa's inclusive growth.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. The current situation that we are seeing, not only in Uganda but globally, we have mainly focusing on the civil society where I oversee the operations. We have a sector that for so many years has been in a comfort zone where they have been relying on donations, and yet three realities are facing them now. One is the weak sustainability that we find close to 98% of the NGOs, CBOs, and anyone who belongs to the civil society are mainly relying on donations. And that greatly affects them, meaning that once that tap dries up, and yet you're fully donor dependent. You see, it would have been fair if you are dependent on donations within the country, but you are dependent on donations coming from out of the country, meaning you don't have control over when the tap closes or not. So that is something that is real, it's affecting. But also the other issue is that there is inadequate capacity amongst the stakeholders in terms of all these things that we are discussing, but also the skills and the knowledge on how to raise money and the finances is still a challenge. And the third one, that you are all seeing what is happening with donations. Donations have become so unpredictable. There's a lot of competition, the funders are few, meaning that everyone has to do everything to ensure that they are getting from that small pool. But also the fact that their sources are few, the conditions for giving those resources are really stringent, and that is not favoring a number of the actors that are out there. So we have strongly been advocating for these social enterprises, and that's why in 2016, as we reviewed the NGO regulatory framework, we ensured that a provision was put in the Act, and that was under section 46 then, but because last year there was a review of the 7th edition of the Principles and Laws of Uganda, it's now section 44, whereby we permitted the civil society that much as you're supposed to be non-profit making, an exception should be given to you to engage in business operations. But of course on condition that whatever profit you're making out of that should be plowed back into the organization and not to be shared amongst the members. So we had hoped that between 2016 when that law came into force and now, a number of them would have embraced it. But I will tell you, if you wanted my opinion in terms of percentages, it's between 1 to 2% that have taken it up, meaning that the mindset is still stuck on writing proposals and then getting donations and thinking that if you go into social enterprises, you are not going to make a lot of money. But right now, we are seeing with the global trends, you saw DGF on the upon closure, so many organizations have, no, even before DGF, COVID hit so hard and it was unforeseen. People lost jobs, people lost funding, priorities of donors changed. As we are still recovering from COVID and seeing so many organizations closing, then DGF also closes. As we are here recovering from DGF, you said closes. Then all these global trends, wars, you see, each time you hear of a war out there, you know the sector is being affected here. So it means the problem is real, and it's high time the sector fully embraces social enterprises, because that's the way to go. Go to Europe, go to any country, social enterprises is the way to go. They have their own ways of raising resources, but they strongly believe in social enterprise. And why am I advocating for it as a regulator from the government side? It's because once you embrace social enterprises, one is that you're going to have your independence. Right now, the sector has to serve the interests of whoever gives them the money, meaning that they're shifting from being demand-driven to supply-driven. Demand means you know the needs of your communities and you want to serve it. Supply-driven means you serve the interests of whoever gives you the money. So now, that means that it's high time we strongly advocated for social enterprises, and I'm glad that Minister of Trade is on board. We, Minister of Internal Affairs, on board. We have Capital Solutions on board, and all the actors coming on board. If we push for this, there's already a push by the Capital Solutions Limited to ensure that a policy comes up, and we are really glad to be a part of that. We want to really aggressively push for that, because the next 10 years, if the sector has not embraced this, so many are going to close. In 2019, we conducted a verification and validation exercise for this sector. Our register was showing us that between 1989 and 2019, there were 14,207 NGOs registered in this country. But when we cross-checked, when we conducted that census, the number reduced to 2,000. That much as the register showed us there were 14,000, 12,000 and something had actually quietly closed. The international NGOs are the only ones who come and tell you we are closing. All the indigenous, who are the majority, just melt away and just disappear. You don't even know they've closed. They are on your register, but they are actually not there. So, but the good thing is that between 2019 and now, the number has gone up to 6,000 as we talk now. But I will tell you, when we try to really probe and find out the reason why all that closure, it's resources. Others started these organizations aiming some funding, they never got it. Others got the funding once, they never ever saw it again. Others along the way, as they were doing well and getting excited and giving hope to their beneficiaries, lost the funding and have never gotten another opportunity. So that fact is real. So thank you so much, moderator.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kello. As you could see from his brief, it wasn't brief, but detailed response, he touched most of the key points, i.e. the global funding landscape where funding is drying up, and then also the critical missions of the social enterprises where sometimes maybe they don't think through where the funding is actually going to come from, and they may be thinking just socially. But also you touched the policy aspect, which I thought was actually very interesting, that there is a policy in place to support social enterprises to plow the money back. Now I'm going to move on to Mr. Kayinga, who is a social entrepreneur. I would like to hear your perspective now that you've had the perspective from this side, and on what you think is going to shape the future of social enterprise.
Thank you very much. Briefly, thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this highly brain processing symposium with these distinguished academicians and experts to discuss these complex issues. I must declare that I'm not a distinguished brain power or anything closer. I'm just a primary school teacher who chose social entrepreneurship as a calling to contribute to alleviate the suffering of disadvantaged children of Uganda, of Luengo, from where I come from. Whatever I'm contributing here are the things that I have observed, learned by doing in our social enterprise called Kiwangala Community Schools, which has a daycare facility, a nursery section, and a primary school section. Of course, I'm glad to share this. I made good notes here. For those, if you would find it more useful, I would be happy, because the time we have, I cannot exhaust everything because I've lived this. But I have everything here, so I'll just try to get you a snapshot. Coming back to what you have asked me. Social entrepreneurship can definitely contribute to shaping Africa's future, inclusive growth by creating local, innovative solutions to persistent problems like poverty, unemployment, and lack of access to education and health care, thereby fostering community development, economic resilience, and empowerment for marginalized populations. This is what we do at Kiwangala Community Schools, blending business principles with social objectives. Our enterprise generates jobs, deliver affordable essential services, promote sustainable practices, transforming communities from aid recipient to active change makers. To achieve our full potential, social enterprises like Kiwangala Community Schools require support through supportive policies, funding, partnerships, and the development of enabling ecosystem of innovation and scale. This is how social entrepreneurship promotes inclusive growth. As per this topic, social entrepreneurs identify societal gaps and develop innovative market-based solutions for issues like access to education, like that we are addressing in Kiwangala, health care, climate change. By establishing businesses, social entrepreneurs create employment opportunities, particularly for underserved and marginalized groups, which stimulates local economies and fosters resilience. Social enterprises equip communities, like where I come from, Kiwangala, with skills, mindset, and resources to address our own challenges. I'm a local orphan. The work I started was to save other suffering orphans at the age of 17. Transforming individuals from passive recipients of aid into active agents of change. Providing crucial services such as affordable health care, quality education, access to sustainable energy like solar power, to low-income populations, improving quality of life and well-being. Social enterprises focus on environmental sustainability through initiatives in areas like waste management, renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, ensuring progress is eco-friendly. We have to remember these key enablers of growth. Creating an environment that nurtures innovation, provides funding mechanisms, and encourages ethical practices is crucial for social enterprises to thrive and scale. Governments, investors, civil society, and private sector must work together to create a comprehensive ecosystem that supports the growth of social enterprises. Lastly, the necessary funding and resources to scale their impact. Social enterprises are uniquely positioned to tackle some of the countries, some of Uganda's most pressing problems. Across Africa or East Africa, social entrepreneurship is increasingly recognized as a powerful engine for economic and social transformation. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kayinga. Just a quick follow-on, because we were talking about, Dr. Kello did talk about, financing. And I wanted to find out from your social enterprise, how is your financing source? Is it self-financing? Are you getting...
Our social enterprise, our funding is we are community-based. This is an initiative such as a teacher. You see, with social entrepreneurship, starts with you. As a teacher, I got it in 2005 in Ndegea. The second best student that Leo was wanted to take. to be employed. But my focus, yes, but my focus was to go back to my village and do something. I saw my father struggling to support orphans that he was bringing a family. But he was not the teacher. He just sent them schools, but they were sent back home. So my choice was, if we start a school, we can have these children educated. So from there, we had to mobilize the communities to appreciate. I graduated to go working, but I chose that the first social enterprise, the skill I have as a teacher. I started with 3 classes, baby, top, and a middle, 33 children. And I was helped by my sister who was also in S4 vacation. You see also how the family can be more supportive in what we do. Because we social enterprise don't have funding, no money. But the passion that we had is what has seen Child Community Schools for 18 years now transformed into a model community initiative that can serve children, can provide affordable education, and can provide affordable education that even low-cost parents are able to afford, but also subsidizing the vulnerable children by the primary children who can come to the school. Initially, there was a problem that because you support vulnerable people, some people with the money say, we can't take our children where they are needed children. So that has to be a very big challenge. But now, the way we are doing this is that we have to make a quality service. We'll let them know that as Kayinga, even my own children studied in that same school. Last year, 12 of them were in P7 and they did the first grade in the same school. But I have capacity to take them in schools for millions of money. But I believe in the idea I started 18 years ago that it can work. That's how I can challenge other billionaires in Chiwangala, rich people in Chiwangala, to come and educate from our school, so that we can also support other vulnerable children from the community through the service. So we are community driven, regenerating resources within ourselves, and having the passion, mobilizing our fellow colleagues, younger people, community members, to know that as we have government schools, they have not worked well. Why? They think they are for government. These are community initiatives. Kayinga is a citizen of Chiwangala. We must change the narrative that Omratalanga wabwe. You can tell it in English. That you cannot be, I think, you cannot make a miracle in your own area. It is what I decided to change. All of my life has been to change my community. Every penny, all of my personalities is to see that my community is transformed, and the things that are needed there, that I see in Kampala, I see when I go abroad, they are in Chiwangala. So that's what we are doing, and I inspire you to do wherever you are. I thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think the biggest lesson I've taken from you is that you started with a skill you have.
Yes.
And offered that.
Yes.
So I think that's really interesting. Mr. Vincent, this question is now over to you. How do you think social entrepreneurs or social entrepreneurship can shape the future of Africa's inclusive growth?
Thank you very much, Damali, for that question. I'm happy that most of my work has been done along the line. But I would like to thank Dr. Tamale and her team for tirelessly pushing this ecosystem. I joined it 4 years ago, and I just see growth and more growth and more growth. Entrepreneurship is no longer a given. It's the imperative. And we all have to rally around it. Because of the measure of what it brings to economic development, it is beyond just GDP. It is impact, community impact. And these kinds of enterprises are not the usual trickle down. These ones are a social or climate related issue, and then build a viable business around it, which inadvertently creates jobs, like he's mentioned, increases revenues, but most importantly, it impacts the community. What is happening here is that you're actually contributing to national development plans. And because of the grassroots mode of the way it works, you're actually participating in economic development. The issues that we need to fix in my opinion, are threefold. And there are opportunities to fix them. The first one is a policy blindness. Because of the hybrid nature of social enterprises, no one understands them. And policy is going to help you create the visibility that you need for this. I have not seen any policy that talks about social entrepreneurship, but I'm trying to put together, the ministry is trying to put together a national startup policy, and we threw in a line as a cross-cutting issue. Please look into this as well. But we need to be more intentional about policy in this area. Now, there are opportunities, like I said. There is the micro, small and medium enterprises policy is under review currently. So there is an opportunity to create a Uganda national social entrepreneurship strategy and use those interventions under this policy to have interventions into this ecosystem. The other issue I see is capacity. I have not seen, and we are doing a support services policy. That's another opportunity to put actual capacity for social enterprises to scale in there. I've not met any BDS provider who's specifically providing support services for social entrepreneurs to scale. I've only seen accelerators which have worked, but that is not enough. An accelerator at most, because of the focus in which you do it. So it's very important for them to be included in the BDS policy. And I'm saying there is an opportunity, and it's being spearheaded by Mr. Bitekaniza. So I would expect one outcome out of today's symposium, an actual call to the Minister of Trade to implement a policy direction in that area. Then we'll take it up from there. The last issue, which is an issue for most enterprises, but the specific one here, is the missing in the middle finance and growth. Next year when we come back here, I would expect to see more and share more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vincent. And since you work in the Ministry of Trade, so are you going to call yourself to action on the policy part?
I would like to put it this way.
Yes.
It is better, policies that work are usually ecosystem calls. So I can suggest a position paper. I know there was a research. That's how I got into this ecosystem about 4 years ago. A very interesting research, by the way, between Capital Solutions and Cobham's Makerere, where it actually came out that the outcome was that social enterprises had beaten the pandemic to a tune of about 90% of them had survived, which was a very interesting metric. So probably a position paper to the ministry would give us the imperative to react.
Okay.
But we are co-creating. We're not doing it on our own. We're not going to put a document somewhere. It's better when we co-create because we know the structures, the internal structures of putting such a policy in place. But the challenges, the opportunities, the strength of such a document, even making it work, has to be co-created. It has to have academia for research. We will only come for environment and the legal side. It's got to have the finances on board because the uniqueness because of the uniqueness of social enterprises. It's got to have, you even have a forum. You bring all the information and we'll put it into structure.
Okay.
The good thing, the commissioner is in the room.
Thank you. So I think it's critical then that one of the big outputs of this symposium would be that that is an action point that is required. Then
I believe
that
would be very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a few minutes left, unfortunately. I've just given a little note to tell me I have a few minutes left. So I haven't been able to ask all my questions. But before I go on to, I think, for the panel, a critical point that you wanted to make that I may not have asked you, that you can make in about 1 minute. But before you do so, I wanted to highlight, and it's interesting that you say that the social enterprises were COVID proof. And I was also surprised to read a statistic that social enterprises create 3 times more jobs than other profit-making companies. As like, imagine if you think about socio-economic development, it means social enterprises are actually creating more jobs, creating more to GDP and the economy. And then also I've been comforted to hear from Mr. Kainga there that the global donor landscape, you're not even, you didn't even speak about, donation. You're looking at, people, profits, and, the community. So that's really, really encouraging and good to hear. And I want to thank actually Capital Solutions, because I interact with Capital Solutions in a different aspect, but I've been wonderfully exposed to this other side of Capital Solutions, and I'm really grateful that you're supporting social enterprise. But for the panel, please, in one minute, actually, give me one critical point that you would like to make as to close this. Thank you. Yes, a parting shot.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. My parting shot is that the big elephant in the room is the weak sustainability being caused by the over-reliance on foreign donations. And so it's really high time that we should rethink the whole concept of the financial sustainability. And it's clear from these conversations we're having that the way forward is just embracing the social enterprises. And of course, the last and the final point I would love to emphasize is that these social enterprises also still need some element of funding, however small it is internally. It means that much as we may not now go and touch foreign donations, we need to bring the right people on board in our organizations who have some capacity to put some resources. For all the years, I've actually worked for over 20 years in the office I'm in, not at the position I'm in. But I'll tell you that for all the years, what I've seen is that we have a sector that brings on board people, right from members to people on their boards, who are just coming to take. So I would think that my advice to all the organizations that bring people who have some financial muscle. You see, the capacity I'm talking about is not about academic, but bring people who can pull something out of their pocket and put, so that if we are advocating for a social enterprise, your own team can put some resources to kickstart the whole arrangement. So the problem is, if however much we push and those small resources are not there, the small projects may still fail. We moved around the stall. All those things require some resources before some profits come in. So my advice to everyone is that please don't bring members to fill up your register, just to come and take and take and take. Don't bring board members who are going to focus on taking more resources from you, but instead let them have the capacity to add resources and see these organizations grow. Thank you.
No, you. Yes, I'm looking at you.
This should be my biggest call to action to enable social entrepreneurship move to all levels of stability in Uganda. The biggest call to action for stabilizing social entrepreneurship in Uganda is for the government and government partners to create a conducive and supportive environment and ecosystem through targeted policy, access to finance, and capacity building. This includes establishing a supportive legal and institutional framework, fostering more accessible financial mechanisms like grants and flexible loans, and implementing sector-specific policies for high growth sector. Dedicated policy framework, here we call for and help establish policies specifically designed for social enterprises, ensuring they receive the necessary support and recognition. 2, we call for government support such as tax exemption to lower operating costs and encourage the growth of sustainable social enterprises. We call for a financial spectrum that includes grants for incubation and funding for social investment, as well as social impact bonds. Lastly, I call for increased financial access and support for women-led and women-focused enterprises, as they are often key drivers in community well-being. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We support that. Over to you, Mr. Vincent. What do you say about the tax exemption?
Thank you very much. I will not speak about taxes. I've seen Minister of Finance on the program or in attendance. I think they would be better placed to answer that. But there was a 30% tax waiver on corporation tax for startups. The key issue there is the definition of startups is not yet out. Is startups, is it a startup or a starting business? So that's an area that needs to be addressed next time we're looking into such policies. There's been a lot of talk about finance and access to finance and what's happening in that space. I would like to speak to what we are doing in the climate finance space. The ministry is exploring a setting up of an accelerator program for climate-related enterprise, not climate-related, for enterprises that are involved in certain value chains, the agricultural value chains. And here we are priming on solar energy, which I've seen a lot of out here, a lot of panels. So there is going to be finance under an entity called Uganda Climate Innovation Center. It's an accelerator program that we're trying to put together. And we'd like to call other partners to come on board as we discuss this. Like I said, it's facilitating the use of solar energy for solar dryers, for cold chain tech, cold storage, and irrigation. So this is one area that we can collaborate on. The other one is already on the program, blended finance, getting a community to de-risk first loss capital. I would like to call on the people who are here to please remain for that discussion. It's a very interesting discussion, led by Ms. Anne-Marie. It's a very interesting discussion. If we normalize talking about social entrepreneurship and these new funding streamlines, we'll start to get the ecosystem rolling, and everyone has to play their part in there. In a parting shot, I'll just say I'm waiting for an instruction from the ecosystem, and I'll pass it on to my leadership.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening to us, the panel. I really appreciate your input. Thank you.
Wow, let's clap harder than that. Thank you very much, Damari. Thank you very much, Dr. Okello. Thank you very much, Mr. Kayinga and Mr. Okema. Very beautifully done. You know, it is better to... Are we good? Are we good? Can we change this? We change this. Okay. It's better to under-promise and over-deliver. When you saw Mr. Kayinga here disclaiming that it's not a brainer, and then he delivered more than the brainers that I've seen. Wow. A prophet in his own country. Well done, Mr. Kayinga. And thank you, Dr. Okello. Very wonderful submissions there. Very wonderful submissions from Mr. Okema. And thank you, the moderator, our very able moderator, Madam Damari Sali. Now, we are going to have a very quick, where's Angela? Oh, she's here. So Angie is going to help me appreciate these people. And after want to appreciate the panelists in a very special way, and I'm going to invite the following people to help me in this kindly. I will invite Dr. Tamale, Chair, Madam Jackie Rukare. I will invite Mr. Charles Naliari, and I will invite Madam Alberta Boston to come and help me do this noble activity. So I would like to invite all the panelists, starting with Mr. Okema. Please come and receive this token of appreciation, and Dr. Joyce will do that, and the next will be handed over by the board chair. Okay, so due to public demand, Dr. Joyce is going to do all of them. Are you sure? Okay. But you see, she's the person in charge of everything. I think we just need to find somebody else. So can we get the board chair? I'm going to request that you come, and we might end up saying the board chair now does all. Leadership comes from God. Nobody ever talked about this until you started. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Jackie. So to Mr. Kayinga, please come. Mr. Kayinga, please come. We thank you very much for the passion you have and for being a role model in Chiwangala community in Luengo. Thank you very much. When you find this man on the road, you cannot know until he tells you what he's doing. Thank you very much. And now next is Dr. Okello. Dr. Okello, you've done a great job, and thank you for coming to support our work. Especially Angie, I need the one for Dr. Okello right away. So Dr. Okello, thank you very much, and we appreciate the efforts you're going to put to the social entrepreneurship fraternity and sector. Thank you for the wonderful words today. Allow me also invite the moderator, Madam Damari Sali. You shot very, very serious questions, and they really got us the information we wanted. So thank you very much for choosing the best questions with the little time we had. You did very, very well. Yes. And now I want to invite one more person, our dear Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Abitegekaniza. Please come. Come and receive this little token of appreciation from us on behalf of the entire team, Capital Solutions Limited. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Yes. And I am told they are double, and the message is with you. Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Board Chair, for the wonderful job well done. Yes, so on your tables, we have this greenish, black, and gold leaflet. I want to advise that you really pay attention to this paper. One of the reasons I'm telling you that is because of the two products on the third page of the inside part. That is the salary and the group loans. You've heard of the group from Bunamwaya, but I want to also tell you that there are salary loans that are being introduced at this social investment fund. The requirements for you to access this are on page 2. You must be a member, blah, blah, blah. But also, you have to be interested in this because it's only a 2% interest rate. The difference between this salary loan and the salary loans that we got when we got out of campus, those years when there was no social entrepreneurship, is that here you must present a business case. You don't go to get a loan just because you're teaching or just because you're working with the Ministry of Finance. You go with a business plan and they finance the business idea. So thank you very much, Capital Solutions. Yes, and thank you the team Social Investment Fund for this very good package. And now we have another good and very good surprise, a gift for Mr. Dr. Isingoma. I don't know whether he's in the room. He left. But you remember the man who talked about millions of euros and dollars. The man who I want to really work with. So the staff that works with Dr. Isingoma, please come and receive on his behalf. Please, Mr. Charles Nyaliali, I request that you come and do the honors to hand over this gift. Yes. Thank you very much. Paparazzi, we are here and we are ready. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes. So now we are going to break out, and we break out for a very short time. This is very important. As you break out, you'll get something to eat in the breakout rooms. So you should not be hungry. There's something to drink and to eat. I wanted to take this opportunity now to invite the moderators of the different breakout sessions to come and speak to what they are going to present and moderate about. I would like to invite Madame Mary Ann Sabano, if she's here. Yes. Okay. As she comes, please put your hands together. This person, I think that is what that's the person Mr. Okema was talking about. And she's going to moderate a breakout session right here in this very place. So, Madame Anne-Marie, you're going to stand, and I'll give you a microphone. But before you do, let us stand here in front. Okay. So, the second person I want to invite to the front, the podium, is none other than Madame Alberta Boston. Please come and join us. Yes. And lastly, I'm going to invite Madame Barbara Nambi, the Financial Management and Administration Technical Advisor from GIZ. Yes. I'm going to give you an opportunity of 1 second. I know you know everything you're going to moderate. We will start with Madame Anne-Marie to speak about that. You can come speak from here, or you can use that, whichever.
I love microphones.
She's changed to the microphone, so.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The problem about speaking at this time is that people are thinking about food, but we are interesting people. So my name is Anne-Marie Mwaka. My 9 to 5, I serve as an head of investments with ABI Finance, but today I'm here in the capacity as my capacity as a advisory board member of the Social Investment Fund. We are the money people. Yes. So I'm going to be moderating a panel speaking to opportunities and challenges around blended finance. We'll be able to speak to what blended finance is. It has many definitions, but there's, just to demystify a few issues, and also speak to the sticky issues really around it. The issues of, yes, donors are giving us money, but they're the ones who benefit more than us. Yeah, so we'll have some experiences, we'll have stories. I believe in the power of stories. So we'll have some people sharing that. We'll have 3 panelists. We'll have SIV Fund, we'll have IFAD, and Capital Markets Authority to bring the regulator, bring everything in context. Thank you very much. And we'll be in this room.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Wow, good afternoon. My name is Nambi Barbara. Sorry, I got a cold yesterday, but I'll try to speak. I think I'm audible. We're going to have a session on building a sustainable social business model. I think this is the conversation we've been having. We start, but how do we leave what we are starting to generations? Are we starting something that is going to live? When you walk out of the room, are people going to see something about you, or they will say, we used to hear, they were around? So this session is going to tell us, when you start a business, how can you sustain it? You're all welcome to this panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Alberta Boston, Vice Chair of CSL. I'll be moderating a session on how we can embrace technology in scaling our social enterprises. We're all aware that technology has changed the way we all live and work, personally and corporately. So we're going to be looking at how we can use technology to overcome challenges, to grow our enterprises, to reach more people, and how we can use it to make a better impact. It's very important, I think, for us to understand that, yes, there are challenges, but there are ways of overcoming those challenges. We have 3 inspiring speakers, so you're very welcome to come and listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our moderators. And those rooms are going to be as follows. Breakout session room A is here, and that's where we are going to have Miss Marianne with very able people from different walks of life. We are going to be in a breakout session room B, which is the last room, right? The wooden venue in the compound the other side, and that's where we are going to have Madam Alberta Boston talking about technology. Looking at Madam Alberta and technology, this must be a very interesting session. You know, Gen Zs think that they know, but we have senior citizens who are talking technology. No comment. Okay, so and the third is going to be led by Madam Barbara Nambi, and that is breakout session C in the metallic and mirror glass kind of. When you go there, you see yourself from all sides. So that is breakout session room C. So before we go, can we just stand up? In this place, we inspire, we transform, and we build. So we are going to say those 3 words: inspire, transform, and build. But you do as I do. Inspire, transform, inspire, transform, and build. Inspire, transform, and build. So we can go to our breakout session.
So how long do we have? We still have an hour?
No, 30 minutes. We have only 30 minutes because of time. So we need to keep our time. For the people online, please keep in breakout session room A. Yes, thank you very much. So let's follow our moderators. Remember, there is a big buffet for lunch after this. So don't think that what you're eating in the rooms is all. There is a big buffet after the occasion. So please keep around. We have a lot of food. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the moderators are going to invite the speakers, and for breakout session A we are here, breakout session B in the wooden venue, and breakout session C in the metallic glass venue. Yeah, steady.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, may I have your attention, please? There's a certain someone who has a whip who's going to come for my back in the event that we do not finish in time.
ladies and gentlemen, we recognize the very important conversations going on, but would like to hand over to the moderator to invite the panelists for the breakout session to go on. So I request kindly that if we are remaining here, we take our seats. If we are moving out, we move to the other session rooms. Thank you very much. I think over to you, Miss Marianne. Yes. So you just take it off from there.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. So my name is Anne-Marie Mwaka, representing. I have three very distinguished panelists that I would like to invite. We'll have the introductions as they come. Miss Elizabeth Mbabazi from the SIV Fund. Then Miss Stella Okot from IFAD, and Mr. Terence Tumwine from the Capital Markets Authority. I am not sure I'll do you justice if I introduce you fully, so I'll give you each a minute to introduce yourself before we get into the topic.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Babazi, and I work with the SIV Fund. SIV Fund is an Afro-feminist fund that seeks to disrupt spaces by making funding easily accessible and impactful to organizations in Africa.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. As you clearly heard, my name is Stella Okot. I come here from the International Fund for Agricultural Development here in Uganda. IFAD is a UN agency, but also it's a specialized UN agency, but also an international financial institution. And we've been partnering with different governments around the world, especially also in Uganda, to provide loans and grants to implement specific developmental projects. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Terence Tumwine. I like to say I am a son to two fathers, a heavenly one and an earthly one. I'm a husband to one wife and a father to two daughters. And I also happen to be an economist who works with the Capital Markets Authority. And I'm here to discuss matters pertaining blended finance. I thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So, delving into the matter of discussion today, blended finance, the challenges and opportunities. I'll start with you, Stella. Just to set the stage, what's your definition of blended finance, and why is it increasingly important? There's just a whole lot, you know the way at some point it was agricultural finance, then it became fintech, then it became climate change. Blended finance is also one of those buzzwords. What exactly is it?
Okay, thank you, Mary and Mary, for this opportunity. So really, as just to demystify and really clarify a lot on what this buzzword is, yeah? So blended finance, you hear the word blend, it's about a mix, a combination. So really, blended finance is a combination or a mix of different types of financing that is geared towards development or sustainable development goals. In the morning, we heard about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which are about 17. No hunger, decent jobs, all these types, climate action. So all these are critical for us. And so we need finance that is unique. Why now? Is because there are lots of changing. The world is changing every day. We have climate change, which is real. In Uganda, we no longer say it is it's something so far away. We are all affected. But we also have changing priorities of governments and donors that have been financing development. So they have different priorities. Obviously, we know what happened to USAID, was financing a lot of developmental interventions in developing countries like ours. And now there's been a funding cut there. And we have so many other donors as well whose priorities have really changed now. So what do? And yet we need to finance these critical interventions that are key, especially for our part of the world, yeah? And so this is now where we have blended finance. What are these type of financing? It could be loans, concessional loans from different actors. It could be from philanthropists. You have people who generally want to do well for this world. And so they have some pockets of money and they're willing to finance these key interventions. Then you have governments as well. Much as they have limited resources, but they can also put these limited resources to good use for the general well-being of everyone. And then of course you have now the newest comma where we are all trying to attract into this space is the private sector actors. They have been shying away from this because development is risky, known to be risky, you see. But now it's important that we bring in the private sector into this space. Why the private sector? Is because they have lots of finance out there that is held by the private sector players. You have big multinational companies that are doing well. You have all these big banks that have so much financing out there. So how do we bring them into the equation to ensure that the financing is redirected towards development? Yeah. And then you have, but of course, you have to deal with the issues that has been shying away the private sector actors from this space. The businesses have been risky, or the returns they're not seeing, or they really see that these types of interventions are for government or for, you know, but we're also seeing growing interest of private sector players where they want to do good beyond profit. They're looking at people, they're looking at planet. Climate action is real. A lot of it is affecting everyone, whether you're in the private sector, whether you're a donor, whatever space you can be, you're also facing the different challenges. So the best thing we can do is to put our heads together. Everyone, much as we have different objectives, it could be profit motivated, it could be a one player who just wants to do good for this world, it could be a government that wants to deliver to its citizens, but we need to put our heads together and see what type of financing we can churn out that can deal with the issues that we are facing, the challenges that we are facing, fill in the funding gaps that are clear now more than ever. And then we tackle those real issues that are affecting households, that are affecting the rural poor, that are affecting all of us in one space or another. We deal with these issues. But I want to speak more about climate action. This is more real than ever that can be. And so we need to ensure that we have those resources churned towards mitigation, how we can stop whatever is happening or do whatever we can to reduce the effects, but also we have to cope. Adaptation, we need to ensure that we are coping with whatever challenges they are coming. If we're having more floodings or if we're having less rain than it should be, like we are rain-fed, agriculture is rain-fed, what can we do? Do we have quick maturing seeds, or we can invest in solar-powered irrigation, or these types of interventions, or we can have our infrastructure strong enough to withstand all these climate shocks that are at bay. So really, Marie, I don't know if I've tried to break it down in an easier way, just to properly understand this so-called buzzword around on what climate finance is. It's really just a mix of different types of financing that's geared towards development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stella. My greatest takeaway from this is that there's finance in the private sector. We are dealing with social enterprises, and usually one of the challenges is really finance. So I really want to come away from this place with, if at least we know how to access that finance, to understand the opportunities and the challenges. So moving on to Elizabeth. Like I said in my introduction, there is power in stories. What is the story of Seed Fund when it comes to, you know, how have you played a part in blended finance? But what I want to focus on is most social enterprises are small entities.
Yeah.
How do we make sure that not just the large entities actually benefit from this kind of funding, but even the small ones? Usually when you hear startup in the ordinary Ugandan, you might hear SME, but some of these are very micro. Yeah. So I'd love to hear your story. Someone needs to be encouraged by that.
Thank you. So when the SIF Fund was started in 2019, it was really to speak to the challenges that many startups and small enterprises were facing in accessing financing. So you find that traditional funders were looking for certain, they had a list, there was a list to tick before you could get funding. How many years had you operated? Do you have audited accounts? Do you have a governing structure? Do you have, a bank account in number of banks, even in different currencies? Who is your ED? What is your ED's profile? There was a list. However, the reality on the ground also was that there were organizations that were doing great transformational work that did not fit that frame. They did not fit that look of, they had XYZ things that they could speak to their name. However, they were doing great work. So when the SIF Fund started out was, how can we support entities that are doing the work, that have these impactful stories, to access this funding without having to jump through hoops and loops to get this money. So the SIF Fund set up a structure that is, it's defined as an Afro-feminist flexible funding structure. And in this we mean you do not have to look a certain way to access this money. You don't have to fill out a 50-page application form just to access funding for your project. What exactly are you doing? Can you speak to that? And here is the funding. So our processes speak to that. We have a very simplified application form, literally a one-pager, and you're answering about 5 questions, speaking to the evidence of your work. You don't have to have been in operation for a number of years for you to access funding. You don't have to have audited books of accounts for you to prove that you can put this money to good use. So we fund with trust. We recognize that a lot of our entities have evidence of their work. They have evidence of the projects and communities that they're serving, and they can speak to that. For us at the SIF Fund, that is evidence of impact. So our processes are as simplified as that. So over the last 5 years, we fund across numerous thematic areas. Currently, we are funding across 6 thematic areas. One of those that I'll speak to specifically today is the Resilience Fund. And through this, we've been able to support organizations access funding that they have been able to direct to social enterprises. We've been able to work with Capital Solutions and Dr. Joyce over the last 5 years to support our organizations to rebrand, rethink how can they be more impactful, to go away from relying on only donor funding. Because the donor funding agenda was realistically a big agenda. It is part of a colonial agenda. And you cannot define the impact of your community if the person who is defining those funds is coming from elsewhere. The agenda was different, was beyond our communities. So with Capital Solutions, we've been able to support over 63 organizations so far to rethink, recraft, and rewire their models to social enterprises, maintain the impact of their communities, however also have models that can guarantee their income and revenue beyond the work that they're doing, beyond the donor funding. We've been able to fund organizations to the tune of up to money is coming from the community. He makes the porridge, the community is buying it at a subsidized rate, the mother is employed, the babies are fed, and he's making money. So is he still meeting his mission to keep the preterm babies alive? Yes, he is. And is making money still. So you find that you have an idea that feeds your mission, gives you revenue, and you still have impact to the community that you're serving. Some of these ideas will be unusual. How many of you will think breast milk is a business idea? It is not Jessa, it is not, breast milk. So there is another lady called Tracy who started a breast milk bank. A breast milk bank where she is collecting breast milk to support, again, mothers who give birth to babies but do not have breast milk because the baby has been born early. So when we came in to support her, all she needed was to stock up on some storage facilities, and that was going to enable her to equip her breast milk bank idea. So with a grant of 40 million, she's been able to scale up, get the storage facilities, make the recipient and the refrigeration of that milk easy and possible, and she's now grown and even owns her own home, the enterprise has grown and it owns its own home right now. Early this year, they moved into their own home. They have their own land, build their own structure, great business. But how many businesses, how many banks, how many funders would fund a breast milk idea? nobody would see that. But for you as the entrepreneur, you're passionate about it because you see the community you're serving. Some of these are personal stories. Many of them have gone through that experience for them to see the need. All of you had Mr. Chin Kayingi because that was his personal story. A lot of the entrepreneurs who do this come from that personal lived experience, and they grow this into a business. So at the C Fund, we recognize such stories, and we are passionate about funding them. We've been able to support 63 organizations in the last 5 years, and the impact is amazing. The number of jobs created, pre-term has gone from 0 support, and with the first grant, they're now supporting 80 mothers, and with the skills to be able to get livelihood. They've been able to support 5,500 families and communities with their porridge and the pre-term projects that they support. So do we see impact? Yes, we do. And what does that take? For a funder who is funding, why would you need 50 pages for someone to prove that they can create impact in their community? True. Why do they have to fill in a log frame, you know, show a mail framework, show their governing structure? So we realize that at the heart of the work that we do, because we are in these communities, we understand them better. The onus is on us to make our processes simple and be able to enable these entities access funding.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. So just to the audience, before I come back to the panelists, what's your experience? What's your idea? One thing I know about social entrepreneurs, there are also some who are serial entrepreneurs. Yeah. Because they speak innovation, innovation, innovation. So what are these businesses? Things that probably people have told you are trash. Those are things that SAFE actually incubates, and those are things that SIF funds. With backing of entities like the SIF funds, in most cases, we claim there is no money because of lack of knowledge. We do not know where to look. So this is one direction. So if you have that crazy idea and you think it's crazy, get it out of your head. This is a good place to start. So Liz, before I go to Terence, this notion, while it's still hot, the notion that development partners, I work for one, so I know, that we are the ones who are benefiting more than the end beneficiaries. I want us to demystify that thing, such that when someone brings their idea, they do not think someone is just out there to grab it, or which sometimes happen, yes, this is Uganda, but just some comfort. How have you been able to deal with that?
So the C Fund is a unique funder. First of all, we are an anonymous funder. We don't expect our branding on any of your material when we support you with funds. So we recognize the authenticity and the copyright for the entrepreneur and the owner of that business. Traditional funding was very extractive, I must accept. So when the C Fund started up, it was also to disrupt some of those things. Why would you fund a project somewhere in Nakapiripirit and you want your logo all over the houses in that region? Why would you do that? You know, you're taking away from the community that is doing that work. Because there now, you want mileage from that project. The C Fund doesn't work like that. So we, in no way do we ever seek to get mileage publicity from the partners that we work with. We recognize their agency, and also to realize that they are the ones who are actually doing the work, so they should take all the credit. We find artists and creatives as well. And why would an artist sing about you because you've given them money? That is slavery back in this day. So we do not do that as a C Fund. And we also ensure that the partners that we work with know that, so that they are actually benefiting from their work.
Okay, thank you. That's brilliant. So moving on to our dear regulator, Terence. Would love to hear your story. What's your story? What's your story?
After hearing such brilliant speakers, I want to disclaim, like Mr. Kayingi, I'm not an expert, but I am here to try and be part of this conversation. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Yes, just for those who do not know, I see Capital Solutions is here. You might forget that Capital Markets Authority is a regulator. So I just needed to let you know. So yes, it was established in 1996 by an Act of Parliament. Why? To be able to regulate the exchange of securities. Whoever is owning security has been used to mean title. But whoever is owning any form of asset that is securitized and they are trying to be able to exchange it, that there's a regulated platform for that exchange to happen. Whether it is bonds, whether it is equities, whether it is whatever it is, anything that is going to be exchanged, that there's some sort of fair playing ground. And so that's where we come from, to be able to ensure that all this is safe. Ultimately, our tagline is to protect your investments. So we want to ensure that those who have invested in SIV fund are protected, and in the monies that whatever security is being created, that there's some sort of transparency in this. And so we have some sort of minimum regulations that we put aside. We'll continue to publish them. So that's that's something I thought I needed to let you know from the regulatory perspective. That said, one of our primary roles is to regulate. Regulate, what does that mean? To oversee. What does that mean? To ensure that there's a level playing field for everyone, both the people investing and even the people who are seeking capital. We have been looked at as they're up there. For anyone to come to the market, you must have a minimum balance sheet of maybe $1 million. And we're saying, no, there's much more than you can be able to benefit from the capital markets. Opportunities like seed fund, $10 million, 10 million, sorry. Sorry, I just talked about 10 million UGX to be able to raise capital and to be able to support some businesses like that. We have tried to put up some sort of a favorable regulatory framework for private equity funds to be able to be established. We got support from IFAD as well, talking with different players within the capital market, within private equity space, to understand their niche. What is the problem? What can we do better? How can you domicile here? Domiciliation in Uganda. Domiciliation is to have a home in Uganda so that you can invest in Ugandan businesses. We've seen a lot of impact. We've seen a lot of, there are many stories Stella is privy to as well, that she knows. We've seen a lot of agribusinesses. I think Edward was here earlier in the day. We've seen a lot of impact across different sectors. Let it be the agriculture sector, let it be the women-led businesses. We have a fund that we licensed that's focused on the women-led businesses. And what do? They pull funds from different avenues, from DFIs, from pension funds, from even you, maybe you may be willing to be able to invest in them, and they're willing to deploy that capital. Do a bit of analysis, and then they're able to do that. So we've created a favorable regulatory environment that allows for that. Interestingly, yesterday, I was speaking to we're talking about something that's very interesting. I don't know if you've heard of crowdfunding. Crowdfunding, and we're trying to be able to create a regulatory environment around crowdfunding that allows for people who have a business or an opportunity or a fund to be able to seek funds out and deploy them. So we're trying to be able to also see how we can create a regulatory framework around that. It has been a conversation that's all around, and we're trying to see, can we be able to have that in Uganda to be able to benefit, especially social enterprises. There's a conversation that we are live to. We are aware, we have not gotten to the peer-to-peer lending that allows people who have the financing to lend to people who not have access to it, which almost de-risks them because they don't have to go to the bank to ask for all these you call them 50 pages? 50 pages, and they have to answer all these questions, and then they have to have, so we're trying to say, do you have financing? Do you have an institution that you want to fund? A platform that can allow that. So we are live to all these conversations, and we continue to create a facilitative environment that will allow for that to happen. So yes, from a nutshell, that's really pretty much what the capital markets does. But also maybe just to speak about something that has been spoken about in the past, the climate finance. We are in the process of creating a regulatory framework for the sustainably linked bonds. Now that will allow anyone trying to issue a bond. Is it in the sustainable angle? Is it in the, are you talking climate? Are you talking environment? Whatever you're talking about, to be able to allow you to come to the market, whatever platform you have, whatever it is, whatever you're using, green energy, whatever it is, green, to come to the market and be able to pull investors that are sensitive and are willing to invest in your business or whatever it is that you're looking at. So we're trying to create a regulatory framework around that, and we should be able to conclude that by end this year, and we should be able to have a regulatory framework allows sustainably linked bonds to be able to be issued. And Maria can go on and on.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Mr. Kayinga, I really hope he had been here. That would have been very, very good news. You talked about that. That is what you are waiting for. So the regulation is coming. So you're in safe space. Yes. Thank you very much, Terence. One other thing. From where you sit, as a regulator, you get to hear everyone's challenges. Everyone reports to you, so you have a bird's, view eye. The things we might appear very, very solid, but as the regulator, you know what's happening because of the reports that come to you. What do you see as the most significant challenge limiting adoption and scaling of blended finance?
It's interesting. Still this week we had a conversation around the same, and I think for Uganda, I want to speak confidently for Uganda. I think one of the things that we are lacking is we want to own 100% of the lake instead of 1% of an ocean. I don't know what we prefer there. We want to own. You start a business. Interestingly, I was actually reading about the lady who's doing that bank just this morning. You start the business, very, very beautiful, very, very beautiful. What's the plan for scale? What's the plan for growth? What's the plan for the future? So even as a business idea that you're social entrepreneur, whatever you're starting, what's the plan for growth? It's a challenge that we continue to have. Businesses come, they still are thinking small, with all due respect. It's good to start, it's all good to start, but it's important to think big, to think beyond yourself. I was reading an article just yesterday. Elon Musk started, some of the companies he started, they've actually chased him out as a CEO. All to say that it's okay for you not to be the CEO and managing director and founder. All to say that it's okay to start and to allow for people to come in. Why am I saying this in regards to blended finance? Some of the things that people are struggling with is, after they've invested in you, what next? Can they exit and be able to fund another business? Do they have to have shareholding in your company? While they see where you are going, can they be able to exit? But also in your growth for scale, can you be able to create an opportunity that they can be able to liquidate their shareholding or their investment or whatever they have been able to put in? So, and one of the things that we're also seeing from our angle is DFIs are, and it was talked about in the panel before, there's reduced funding from concessional funding. Non-concessional, no? It's concessional. Concessional is the free financing. It's continuously reducing. We saw in February when he took office, I will not mention his name, but all of a sudden cuts were serious. catch for serious. And the economy started to look more egocentric. So from what we see, public funds are going to now look for more return. I'm sorry to say. All these EIB, European Investment Bank, whether it is whichever fund, Norwegian, whatever it is, they're going to start looking for return. And whether we want it or not, I'm sorry to say, to break the ice, especially on an event like this, we are going to have to think return. Where is the return? Where is the impact? What is happening? And what is their exit strategy? Because we've seen some funds start up here, and when they come, after 5 years, they say we want to wind down and we have no plan to re-inject. And it's real. It's real, and we have to be alive to it. So what's the plan? What's the exit strategy for yourself as a business owner? And how are you planning to be able to allow for growth and scale? But also, think about scale. Think about coming to the market. Think about growing beyond yourself. 5 years is okay, 10 years is okay, but what's the plan for exit for yourself as a CEO and a founder? I submit.
Thank you very much. Our time is fast spent. The chief whip is about to whip. But yes, from what Terence has said, what is your idea? It can be incubated.
Or programs to ensure that we are supporting the small businesses to grow to a level where you have the big financiers can come on board and carry that work with them. But also the issue of capacity building. I think we have to do a lot of that such that we have the right capacities in place. For the SMEs or entrepreneurs, as you said, that don't be part of a small part, the big, you're just small by yourself. Be willing to accept any other types of partners or financiers. You have the debt that has been common around, but there is also the equity element. Allow someone else to come in to bring in patient capital, to walk the journey with you and improve your systems, but also be ready to put your house in order. If you need to have a proper governance system in place, then it's okay to do that. If you want to have the systems, financial systems right, such that there is accountability, there is transparency in how your business is running, and you're not milking your business at the end of the day, then put that in place such that when you have someone willing to partner with you, and then it makes it easy for them, because it's important that they can also trust you such that they can partner with you. So those are my parting shots, that we all have a role to play, and we can make this world better, but we can also focus on the people, the planet, and still make profits.
Thank you very much, Stella. Terence, I am counting your 1 minute.
I like how, because I like to, but just, Anne-Marie, you said you love stories. I just want to end with this story. Yesterday I received a phone call at around 7:30 p.m., about 8 o'clock. No one was dying, don't worry. But, so what happened was, someone called just to say thank you, because it was an engagement almost similar to this. So I sat next to him, we talked about his business and how it's growing, and he's saying that he was struggling to raise financing because he goes to the bank and the business was almost worth almost $1 billion. Oh, sorry, almost 1.5 billion. But because it's in the agriculture space, because it's the uncertainty around agriculture, he was struggling to be able to raise financing. And he said, this is what my problem is. And I told him we were having a masterclass then, within a week or so. And he said, come to a masterclass. Introduced him to one of the partners that we have, the deal flow facility, that took him up. And he just said, I thank you. I thank you because it worked with me, the deal flow facility, one of the partners we have with the EU and FSDU. It worked with me, helped me in my governance structures, and it's been able to help me see how to be able to prepare for capital. And actually I'm now being sourced by various funders who are trying to say we now want to invest in your business and work with you, provide equity and handhold you. So yes, there's hope. Yes, you can start small, think big, think the future. You can be able to develop Uganda just with your idea. I thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very, very much. So before the panelists leave, we have been allowed 2 questions. Just 2. Anyone with a question? Yes, we have a hand there and a hand there. There are 3 hands. There are 4. Hey! Okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Nateza Nadia Malka, and I am a nutritionist, a lactation consultant, and the founder LifeX Africa. My biggest concern is I'm a Muslim. I would love to invest. I would love to pick on the different financing elements. And currently, I do not have as many options as the other people have. Do you have anything that is Sharia compliant for us?
Okay, that's one question. There's a hand here, and then to Doctor here.
Thank you very much to the panelists. My name is Bernard, and I am a lawyer. And my question is about access to capital markets, so to speak. Realize that for most of the leading countries in the world, especially America, part of the reason why they have very thriving economies is because their capital market is very vibrant, i.e. people are able to invest in stocks and all those kinds of things. My concern, however, comes from the fact that I have ever attempted to register a private equity firm within Uganda. And I realized that the thresholds of the financial thresholds for you to be able to register some of these funds is significantly high. And what ends up happening is that we have an economy that is flooded by money lenders who essentially deal mostly in money as the primary asset. And yet, if we had more of our citizens involving themselves in private equity, loans as low as 5 million, 10 million that you're talking about, they will be able to boost a lot of the startups within the economic system and be able to thrive the economy as well. My worry then is, I do not understand what is the basis for the setting of these very high thresholds, especially in contexts of countries like Uganda, where people don't have the 300,000, 500,000, $1 million, $10 million to be able to be a private equity firm. And yet, if me myself, I had 5 million shillings, I could be able to invest it in a company, not as debt, not as something they have to return to me, but as a stake within their company, because that way, what we are going to have is that we're going to have more companies that have a bigger social impact, because the money that they're receiving is not just money that they are paying back as a debt, but it's money that they have to steward responsibly, because there's more interest in your company. When I give you 5 million as a friend and I want 10% of your company, all of a sudden you must answer to me. The same way Elon Musk must answer to people who have given him billions of dollars. And so I don't understand why up to now our capital markets insist to put thresholds that can only be managed by people who are not Ugandan. I don't know how many of you can be able to register something of $1 million as a minimum capital requirement, but my bet is that there are very few. Why don't we have the possibility for private equity firms that are able to have the lower thresholds so that more people can start investing in their friends' businesses, which are solving problems that are real in their communities, hence social impact. Even if you're not a social enterprise, your business will get because it has a social impact. So I just wonder, what was the impetus of those high thresholds, and what's the possibility of them just being made plain? Let me be able to invest and get equity from my friend's company selling. I don't know.
Thank you. Terence will respond to that later. You had a question? Last question. The panelists are going to be around for some time, so if you have any extra questions, you can ask them after the session. Yes.
I thank the panelists. My name is Charles Nali. I am a retired banker. And my question goes to Elizabeth. I like the idea of one-pager. I like the idea of not wanting audited accounts. I also like the idea of not having been in business for a long time. But with one-pager, where do I find you? How soon do I access the money? Do I wait for you to advertise? Do I just bump in? Ntomera butomezi, or what do I do? How do I access you? Thank you.
Thank you. So Elizabeth will respond to that. And Sharia compliancy, anyone can give, okay? Terence will respond to the other two, the capture markets vibrancy and the Sharia compliant products.
Thank you. So the SIF Fund funds across several thematic areas, and we put out open calls every year. So these are found on the website of the SIF Fund. Again, while we would love to fund everybody, we also still have a fairly not so big basket. So every year we're able to fund, depending on the different funds, every year we're able to fund up to about 60 partners in the different thematic areas. So depending on which one you'd like to apply for funding for, that is always available on the website. Even the one pager is there, that's where you put your details and then they're received. I hope that answers the question on access on our part.
What about the envelope? How big?
The funding amount, anywhere between 10 and 40 million Uganda shillings is are the funds that we give to the different projects or individuals who apply. And again, while you do not have to have audited accounts and the different things, we make our entry process easy. However, we also recognize that you need to have some of those structures as you go to grow. So for us, they are not the gateway. You're able to get in, and once you are in, we work with you to get those structures in place for the sustainability of your organization.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Beth. Terence, over to you. In the shortest period possible.
She knows that I struggle, but I will make an effort. Today in the morning when I was coming, I moved in a taxi, and when the policeman was nearby, the taximan brought the seatbelt down, and it could not even buckle. He just brought it down. And so I just thought about it, and what I was struggling with as a regulator is, are the regulations there to appease the policeman or to protect the driver, the passenger? And after he passed, he just dropped it. I said, now what if anything? So he doesn't care for his life. Now what about much more myself? Back to your question on the regulation. The regulations are there to try and facilitate and to protect the investors. For your level of education, for your level of knowledge, you have an understanding. But not everyone has an understanding of the private equity market. And we're trying to say, putting a threshold almost says that at least you understand that you're getting into a not very known area and you're willing to be patient with businesses, and for you to actually come and register, we think that you have some level of appreciation. We actually ask for the directors to be able to see what level of appreciation do you have in this market. Because you're coming to a license and we don't want to give you a license and 5 years down the road you're a sham or you're a fake guy who's just trying to shark his way into the businesses. So we want to ensure that you have a level of appreciation, and which is why regulation is there, to ensure that you're protected, to ensure that you who is the investor is protected, to ensure that any partners, limited partners that are coming in are protected as you, the general partner, you run your business. I hope that answers the question. It's a bit to ensure that you're protected, but also ensure that whoever is investing in you is protected, because ultimately we are here to ensure that people's money is protected. We have to ensure that they're protected. So we can have a bilateral after this to be able to explicitly do this. On Sharia compliance, I didn't get your name. And I'm sorry? Nadia. Nadia, first of all, Bank of Uganda has done something with the Salam Bank and licensed Salam Bank. Together with that, we are also trying to almost concluding the development of the Sharia compliant capital markets products, talking about savings, talking about sukuk bonds, mudaraba, musharaka, all the kinds of Islamic instruments that you can be able to raise from the capital markets. But that notwithstanding, I just thought about it. It could be a business idea for you to be able to invest in social capital, social entrepreneurs in the Muslim sect, and to be able to not ask for interest, that will mean you're literally asking for, would it be a mudaba or musiaka, where you actually it's almost equity or but shared growth that will allow the growth of the business. But that's a business opportunity I can think about, and then also be able to start within the Islamic community. But thank you very much for that question.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You have been a very good audience. 30 seconds. SDG 17 is your friend. Partnerships. Make good use of them. And my dear ladies, I am on my knees in my heart. Don't wait to have 100% of the things. Men move at 20%, and they, you know, they just hit the ground running when we are busy still analyzing. Please, when you reach 20% of whatever it is that you need, please move. I am on my knees in my heart. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being your host.
Thank you so very much. Put our hands together for this wonderful team. Somebody was whispering to me and saying these conversations are very good and we don't want to stop. But we have nothing to do. Thank you very much. Mr. Tumwine, a few days ago, NSSF announced 13.5%. I was seated on my chair and I stood up. And I said, yes, now this is the true meaning of life begins at 45. Because if you have 500 million with NSS, you know what that means? If you have a billion with NSS, you are no longer a small fish. But thank you very much. And I want to challenge you with my informal question that I asked, which my brother has asked eloquently. How can we match up with our neighbors, Kenya? The markets are big. The markets are growing. Here in Uganda, we are a little bit, slower. So thank you very much. I want to take this singular honor to recognize the presence of the chief guest, Madame Margaret Kakande. Madame Margaret Kakande, she has moved out? Okay. So I'm going to talk about her when she comes. But welcome back for those of you who are coming from the other sessions. We have, I think, C not here. C? Mercy, is C here? Estella, is C here? B or C? B is here. C is not here. They came out? So if they are in the compound, please call them so that they can come. We need to wind up and finish. Yes. We need to wind up and finish. So, very good. Thank you very much. So, I want to invite, I think I'm going to invite one person who is going to do this for us so that we save on the time. But before that happens, I would like to recognize the presence of Madame Margaret Kakande, our chief guest. You're very most welcome. And Mercy, please walk with the chief guest to where she's supposed to be, right here. And you give her that seat. We are going to appreciate you. Yes. Okay, so a very, very serious administrative announcement. There is an emergency, and UBM 863C. You are parked in a place where this cannot happen to save someone. UBM 863C, Mercedes-Benz. Please go and help so that we can have the emergency sorted. I need some sound. I'm straining a lot. If you can increase the volume. So, that's good. So thank you very much. We want to go to the next item on the agenda. Anne-Marie, the moderator, Madam Elizabeth, Mr. Tumwine, and we wished that we could stay for longer, but was not possible. But like you said, you're around and you can still have bilateral. Are they called bilateral? Or whatever it is, the conversations can continue. So let me get Helen, help me. Who do we start with? Okay. So read for me the name and which you were Tamale is going to help me hand over these gifts. So this is for Madame Stella Abel Akot. Thank you very much. Abel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the wonderful conversation that you put on the table this afternoon. And this is Madame Elizabeth Mbabazi. Thank you very much for the wonderful work this afternoon. Yes, absolutely. Yes, this is Mr. Teres Tumwine. Thank you very much for the conversation. I think I need your business card. We need to converse more about these things. Yes, I'm a very good investor in terms of words, but now I need to be practical. Yes. And this is for none other than our able moderator, Madame Anne-Marie Sabano. Thank you very much for the conversation that gave us very good value. Thank you very much, Oshtiwa. And now I would like to invite the panelists from AHA. You can see the moderator is here. The moderator of B, are you here? Yes. Madame Alberto is here. Alberta. Not. Yes. So let me invite Mr. Shigura. Are you in the house? I need to, yes. Please come. Come and help us. And you're going to help us quickly so that we save time. We are going to invite the panelists of breakout sessions B and C to come. The panelists and the moderators. So, Madame Alberta Boston, Madame Nambi, please come. And I need to see the panelists. Luke Sola. Luke Sola is no longer Chigoz Jude, is Luke Sola. This is what we've learned. The power of branding is no longer Jude Chigozi, he is Luke Sola. The panelists from the other rooms, may I read the names maybe? Okay, so we are looking for Mr. James Kiseka, Sheikh Kimara Akram. We are looking for Madame Irene Mutumba. We are looking for Luke Sola, and we are looking for Madame Elizabeth Ariano and Madame Annette Nanyan. So let's start with B, where we have the moderator Alberta Boston. Please give me what we have to offer to Madame Alberta. Thank you very much for moderating. The technology team. Yes, that was wonderful. And the panelists in B included Mr. Kiseka James. Yes, Mr. Kiseka James from Adelaide. Thank you very much for the wonderful conversation. Sheikh Kimara Akram, please come and receive this token of appreciation. Can we put our hands together? If you're happy, anyway. Yes, I hope the conversations were good. And Miss Irene Mutumba, the founder of Private Education Development Network. Thank you very much for the wonderful conversation. And Miss Irene, you need to wait. The right one is coming. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. And now we go to breakout session room C. And I need to see Luke Sola. I need to see Madame Elizabeth Lianyu and Madame Annette Nanyanzi. Seems like these two are exhibitors. Betty. Okay. Oh, so best for West. Best of West. Okay, best of West. Betty Zizinga, please come. So let's. I was looking for Elizabeth and I was not seeing. I was saying, what is happening? Where is the juice that we need to take to the kids? The juice is outside. So please give me one for Luke Sola, the man that has named himself after his brand. So this is Gozi Jude, aka Luke Sola. Thank you very much, Luke Sola, for the conversation. And okay, so this is for Betty Zizinga. Thank you very much for coming through. and for the wonderful work from the West. And I hope we had many of you probably would not have had the Chitez issue. Yeah, we need this to really be strengthened. Thank you very much. And now, Elizabeth, thank you very much for the work you're doing. I think this is one of the success stories we have, a big success story. When that time comes, when we are making 10 years, you're going to make a very big speech. Yes, we will make sure that you have a space to, yes, a very big speech. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And now, finally, we have for Madam Barbara Nambi. Thank you very much for moderating our session. We are coming to the wine. Thank you very much. Mr. Chigula doesn't have anything, so my handshake. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Yes. Okay. So thank you very much, and we are now winding down. I want you to get to your phones. If you have your phones and you have the QR code, get to that thing. Get to that thing. We need to run. We need to run. Zoom, give me the opportunity to share this screen. There are goodies to give away. There are goodies to give away. Get your phone. Get the conversation right now, right here. Okay? If you are here, you should be able to be seeing the screen. So, give me that screen, give me that screen. I am sharing and I need to see it here. And friends who are online, please connect to that link. We need to give away some goodies quickly. I hope you can see the link. And what we are waiting for is for the technical team to put the screen right here. I have already shared. And this is a very swift competition. Timing and accuracy are of essence. So you need to time and be accurate in your work. Are we good? Can we roll? These are only 4 or 5 questions, and they are questions from information you have in the compound, questions of information you have on the tables, questions of information you have here. So that's where the answer lies. I'm just waiting for the technical team. Boom. They have done it. So, are we ready? Yes. Speed and essence of accuracy. The QR is with you on the table. Okay? I wait? Okay. So, we have started. We have started because we don't have a lot of time. And the question is there, and this question is timed, so after some seconds, it will go off. How many social enterprises to date have been supported to scale by Capital Solutions? Can a neighbor help? Okay, so the answer is coming. I give you time to internalize the question. When the answer comes, it will go very fast. So the answers are here. You are going to see it on your screen. Okay. So are you seeing it now? Yes. Not yet? Something must be technically wrong. How about now? Is it internet? Okay, so let me see. How about now? Yes. Oh yes, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. 198. And there are seconds. Only 4 left. 3, 2, 1, and 0. So let's see who got it right and who was the fastest. Remember, we need to see you with the name. Okay, so up to 32% know the answer. Hey, the majority don't know. Ooh, this information is in the booklet you have. Okay, so let's see who got it right. Who got it right? Nakaziwe, Asia, Sumaya.
Are you in this room? Or you online? Nakazigwe, you're here. Okay. Great. We need to know who is guest 506. Remember, you can tap your name and edit your name. Okay? Guest 573, tap your name on your machine and edit your name so that we know who you are. Okay? So we have 3 people who are doing very well. Okay, so the next is here. We are rolling. Which year was the first social entrepreneurship symposium? And the answers are here. Give us your answer. 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019. Have you got it? The question is locked. So if you have not answered, you haven't got it right. Yes. We have answers. People have answered. Yes. So, still, 38 only know when we started, but that's okay. It's for us to learn. We started in 2021. Okay, we roll. We are going to award the top 5. Guest 573, please tap that and rename yourself. We are not going to give a guest 57. We are going to give a person with a name. So tap that and make your name known. So Maria Ntale, you're getting there very close. Rafia, Bagura, Ben. Nakazigwe, where are you going? Nakazigwe, you're going off the stage. Number 3, the tagline for Capital Solutions is boom. If you don't get this right, I will be very disappointed. Very disappointed. 3, 2, 1. You put the wrong one. Remember, you can edit your answer. Yes, all you do is to edit, delete, and rework within the 10 seconds. Yes, time and accuracy are of essence. So what do we have? Boom, boom, boom. At least 66 no. It is right here. At Capital Solutions, what do? We inspire, we transform, and okay. If you forget that, remember this and that. Okay, so we continue. We are finishing. I think this is the last one. Nakazwe, you're back on the stage. You are determined. You are determined. Okay, and we have Don Willington Mugabe. Number 5. The last question, if not the second last. Core values of Capital Solutions except bam 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 bam. Yep. 7, 4, 3, 2. Okay, so we go. Who got it right and who was the fastest? Okay, so 45 no. 45% no. Okay. And Maria. Okay, so the second last and the very last is here. What's the theme for today's symposium? This is the last one. This is the very last one. And let's see. Yeah. It is automatic. I'm not touching anything. I'm only moving forward. So 26 have got it right, percent. And the person who got it fastest. Wow, Lillian. Where's Lillian? That one. Lillian, Maria. Where's Maria? Okay, so let's see. Who is the real winner? It is Lillian with 2,000 points. Maria, Rafia, Nabasumba. Where is Nabasumba? Okay. And Ernest, where is Ernest? I think I'll also give the 6th person, Eric Kanavi. I have goodies. So please come. Let's see how we can award these people for giving us a very good use of their knowledge in the very things that we have here. These are the winners and we are giving up number 6. Please come. Maria, Lillian, Rafia, Nabasumba, Namanya, and Kanavi.
So I'm going to request. Okay, these are our winners. Please come on this line. It's better on this line. Paparazzis, if you can come around on this line. I want us to be in the line, in the order of our numbers. Number 1 here. Okay. Yes. So, Madam Dr. Joyce Tamale, please come and help me. I want to appreciate this man. Looks like he takes coffee. So there we go. Thank you very much for putting brains on what we have. Thank you. And that is Eric. Yes. And now number 5 is none other than Namanya Ernest. I don't know whether you have somebody who loves something like this, but this is what I have. It's very expensive, first of all, so please accept. Yes, there we go. And the next one is Mastula. Mastula, this is beautiful, protected by Allah. That's what is written on this. So there we go. That's Mastula. And the next one is Raffia. Raffia, this is what we have for Raffia. Raffia, please go and enjoy. It is Bokoba brown sugar. Yes. And for number 2, Maria. This is cashew nuts. I love them. I wanted to remain with these ones, but let me give them away as well. And for number 1, we have a very special Bukunja cocoa. Bukunja cocoa. Please go and enjoy. And since you had a lot of passion, we add something to number 1. Put your hands together for these people. Thank you very much for participating in this. And we had nobody from the online participants. I think next time we shall do better. Those who are online. So allow me go into the, I think we can now put down the screen. And we go into the closing session. And the closing session is as follows. We are going to have the takeaways. Is Hatima in this room? Yes. So we are going to have the symposium take homes in a very, very short snapshot. So I know Hatima is a very good person to summarize. So Hatima, please, over to you to summarize for us the symposium take homes. You may take a seat. You want to stand here? I don't know.
I want to fill the podium.
You want to fill the podium. There you go.
You want to shine alone? Wow, friends, what a day. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? Yeah? Because we came in here with just our theme, reshaping the future, social entrepreneurship, inclusion, and climate action. But, yeah, we are going away with shaping the future that is bold, that is inclusive, and one that is sustainable. Wow, we are doing great. In the morning we had our plenary, and we had social entrepreneurship is not just about running enterprises, it's about solving urgent problems. Yeah? And with courage, yeah? It's about putting inclusion in the center stage. If you don't put inclusion, you're off the hook. And it's about climate action, because without a livable planet, there is no future to build. Are we agreeing to that? And then in our breakout sessions, we had 3. One was about blending finance, where we saw the power of partnership. And by this, we looked at public, private, philanthropic, that word. Yes. So, you know, when those are aligned, they unlock scale. The only challenge is balancing the return, but with real impact. And then we also had one that talked about digital technology. We saw tools that amplify our reach. You know, technology can break barriers, but only if used responsibly. Otherwise, it risks deepening divides. We also had a session on sustainable business models, where we learned that it's not just about sharing or starting strong,
but it's about lasting, it's about adopting, and also growing without ever losing our mission. And here is the golden thread that ties it all together. Who can tell me what the golden thread is? If we all, if we put all this together, what do you think is the tying thread? Anyone to try? See, though. Okay. Oh, yes, Sheikh Chimala. Reshaping the future. And how do we reshape the future? By collaborating with each other. So the golden thread here is collaboration. When you put finance, technology, and the business models, we all know that none of these can stand alone. Yeah? So they thrive when we share trust, when we share ideas, and when we share resources. So as we live today, as we live this afternoon, let us carry 3 commitments. One of them is we need to innovate, but boldly. If we are innovating, let's be bold in our innovations, because the challenges we face demand courage. If you're not courageous enough, you will not innovate boldly, and definitely there is no sustainability there. We also need to include intentionally, because there is no solution that is complete without people, or when we leave people behind. So we need to include intentionally, and then also we need to act urgently. Someone talked about copying our friends in Kenya. They move very fast. Ugandans, there is a way we are sluggish, so we need to act urgently, because tomorrow is too late. So we need to start now. Okay? So this is our moment, this is our responsibility. Together, let's reshape the future, starting at this very minute. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for being engaging. I hope we shall go and reshape the future, but starting now as we move out of this room. Thank you so much. Hatman Alugwaseka is my name. I am the CEO and founder of Hatma's Kitchen and Restaurant. It's an outside catering services business, but also we do have a restaurant along Seguku Katale Road. Thank you so much.
One of these days I'm coming for lunch. So thank you, Hatima, thank you very much. Do you see the beauty of the multi-purpose facility that we have? Put your hands together if you see that. Because last year we were in a tent. Just imagine, where would we be if we were in a tent right now when it is raining? So thank you very much, Capital Solutions, for this. And we are going now to run very quickly. I am going to invite Dr. Joyce Tamale once again to invite for us the chief guest who is going to speak to us, and thereafter we shall have a group photograph from right here. Yes, in the multi-purpose facility. Everything can be done here. So thank you very much. Dr. Joyce, over to you.
Thank you. Can we put our hands together for our moderator and the co-moderator, Mama Children. Mama Children. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am super excited that we are here today. We are always praying and fasting for rain whenever we have a symposium. For some reason, it rains. So today the rain, we have gotten it because it has come for us and it found us safe, isn't it? Put your hands together for this. Before I invite our chief guest, for whom I'm so privileged to introduce, I just want to recognize a few people. There's a friend of mine. She's a serial entrepreneur. We grew up together in Masaka. Can you stand up, Mrs. Mukuru, for people to give a hand clap for you? Thanks for coming. She's the one who taught me business. I used to be in the corporate sector and Julie would be trading. One time she was leading a Shell petrol station and making money. And I was like, Julie, how do you make it? Now I'm her teacher. You see, things change. So thank you for coming. And ladies and gentlemen, there are many members of SCCA. You know I love networks. I love to network, and it is what has made me. In this room, there are people I met when we were doing accounting. We are one of the best accountants, by the way, in this country. but we have moved to social entrepreneurship. So we are members of SCCA, and I see some of them in the room. Stella, who was speaking with you here, Stella Court. Then we have Josephine right here. We have served SCCA members in Uganda, and I'm so happy that she's here with us today. Thank you for coming, Josephine and Stella. In the private sector, fraternity, and people who love women, there is Damali Sali. Damali Sali is there, right there, our moderator. She can talk about women issues and private sector till morning. So we really thank you for being here, Damali. We appreciate your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our chief guest, I was asked to thank the members of the Safe Social Entrepreneurship Association. All of you in the room, we might be the entire room filled by us, but stand up so that the universe can thank you for making this happen. Thank you very much. Thank you for being the voice of the voiceless, the voice of women and men who never believed that somebody would take social entrepreneurship seriously. Please take your seats. Again, the team of Capital Solutions, as part of growth, we wouldn't be here if that team was not here. So I would love to ask you, Helen, and your team members, please stand up so that we can put our hands together for you. Team Capital Solutions, I didn't even know you were shy, but I don't think you were. But thank you so much for organizing this very successfully. And D and J are the guys who have made this happen. Online, give them a hand clap. D and J, we thank you very much for the work. There's a team which did the decoration. That team, I will ask Angel will tell through Mr. Ansanga to mention them. And there is E-Great Hub. Those are the guys, you're going to eat food. You're going to pack food. They have cooked food since yesterday at midnight. The food is too much. So you're going to eat, just kuwewa yombuto, and you will eat. That one we thank E-Great. Give them a hand clap. And finally, we have the organizing committee. Madam Rachel Lubega, and your team, all of us. Team Symposium, please stand up. Mama Children, Mr. Ansanga, Hatmas, yes. Then, yes, Mr. Damulira, we were here, they were bringing ideas, change this, change that. We really want to thank you so much. And for members of SAFE, don't go, there's a cocktail, there's a band, and they also asked me to invite those who can stay. There's a band, and that band is none other than Chigula and Sons Limited. So you're going to dance to Afrigo. You're going to, those online, I'm really sorry. We are going to dance for you until our backs ache. So there's no leaving until the food is finished, the band is done. So we are just starting into the social, because we are social entrepreneurs. Yes. So at this moment, I'm going to invite a dear friend who was here when we were launching the first social enterprise research. I remember walking to the Ministry of Finance talking about this thing. And she said, tell me more. But she didn't ask many questions. She said, I will be there. So we were in Golf Course Hotel. She came and graced the event from the Ministry of Finance. She's still in Ministry of Finance. What does this mean? We have a strong voice in the Ministry of Finance. We are working tirelessly with GIZ, our partners, for whom we thank, that believe in social entrepreneurship, to put together the policy. I trust that the Ministry of Finance having our back, Ministry of Trade having our back, whatever we'll start with, whether it's going to be a strategy, a framework, I don't know, we are going to come up with a policy one day for social entrepreneurs. So, Madam Kakande being here, a whole commissioner being with us, development partners who have spoken this morning, we have put up a lineup of regulators, CMA, then the biggest funder for agriculture, she was in the room. Really, I don't think we are going to fail. We are going to move far and wide. So, I will not speak much about Madam Kakande, but those who are in the gender and women movement, you know she's the voice. Whenever we have events in Forward, she will come. I just want to thank you on behalf of the women in Uganda, on the issues of gender, even the men, that you're fighting for us to have gender-based budgets in the ministry. She's the brain behind it for so many years. She's not even aging at all. Something is working. Thank you so much for maintaining that. This is Miss Margaret Kakande, the head of Budget, Monitoring and Accountability Unit, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Let's put our hands together to welcome Madame Margaret Kakande. Some more hand clap as she comes up.
So good afternoon, colleagues. I stand on the protocol for the morning. I don't know the various people who are in the room, but I will just stand with the protocol that was established this morning. So first of all, I want to thank all of you for this symposium. I've been able to sit in for an hour. So I came in when we had a panel. There was an initial panel which was here. I think I've sat in for 2 panels, and then the one which was the group which was in this room, and it had great discussions. I've learned a lot. Thank you so much. So these are my remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly honored and pleased to join you today at the 5th Annual Social Entrepreneurship Symposium, held under the theme, Reshaping the Future, Social Entrepreneurship, Inclusion and Climate Action. On behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to Capital Solutions and to Joyce in particular, the Social Entrepreneurship Association of Uganda, and all partners who have made this gathering possible. This theme could not be more timely. As a country, we are grappling with the triple challenge of driving economic growth. I think all of you have heard about the 10-point growth. We want to multiply the GDP by 10-fold, so pray for us. But we want to ensure social inclusion and also want to respond to the urgent threats of the climate. Social entrepreneurship stands at the intersection of these priorities, driving innovation, not only for profit, but also for impact. Friends, the National Development Plan 4, which is our current framework, has among the objectives, one of them is to support the private sector to drive growth and create jobs. Under this objective, one of the strategies is to inculcate the entrepreneurship mindset and educate the population to invest in productive sectors. And in there we have an action, and this action is to promote social entrepreneurship by supporting businesses that address social and environmental challenges. So I don't know whether Joyce was in the National Planning Authority to make sure that we have this action, but now it's a national action, which means that government can strongly support it in terms of funding. This means that your work is well aligned to the government aspirations. Thank you so much for that. From the perspective of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we recognize that national resources must be managed transparently, effectively, and with clear linkages to results. Social enterprises have a similar duty to demonstrate that every shilling that is spent translates into meaningful outcomes for communities. And I thank you because you're doing that. This is the accountability mindset we must cultivate across sectors. With the dwindling funding for CSOs, social entrepreneurship is proving to be a solution to this challenge. In 2020, January, I did participate in the launch of the status of social entrepreneurship in Uganda. This was conducted by the Capital Solutions, and some of the challenges that were identified, such as lack of networking opportunities for social entrepreneurs, have been addressed by this symposium. I'm glad about that. Other challenges, including lack of policy for social entrepreneurs in Uganda, is work in progress. I've been with Madame Tamale, and I think I've linked her up to the right people in the Ministry of Finance, whom she's going to work with on this issue. I'm aware that this is being pushed by the ecosystem and Capital Solutions together with the Civ Social Entrepreneurship Association that are working with government on this matter. Uganda has made strides in expanding opportunities for the youth, women, and vulnerable groups. Yet, the reality is that many still face barriers in accessing finance, markets, and skills. Social enterprises bridge this gap by reinvesting in people and communities. They complement the efforts of government programs and bring innovation closer to the grassroots. We must, however, ensure sustainability, and this calls for strong partnerships between government, private sector, development partners, and entrepreneurs. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is committed to strengthening and to establishing an enabling environment for social enterprises through sound monetary and fiscal policies, effective budgeting and monitoring mechanisms that will prioritize results over rhetoric. As we reshape the future, let us remember that inclusion is not an option. No Ugandan should be left behind because of gender, age, disability, or displacement. Climate action is not a future agenda, it's the present. Additionally, accountability must remain the compass that guides all of us in our investments. I therefore urge all of you stakeholders gathered here, policymakers in the room, social entrepreneurs, researchers, and development partners to use this symposium networking platform for dialogue, but also as a springboard for action. Together, let's build a generation of enterprises that are inclusive, accountable, and climate smart. On behalf of the Ministry of Finance, I want to congratulate all of you for convening this very important symposium and reaffirm our readiness to continue working with you to drive sustainable development for Uganda. Thank you for God and my country.
Let's put our hands together as she comes down. Thank you very much, Madame Margaret Kakande. And I just want to teach you one way of appreciating people. I have two words, they are Greek. They are two, only two. Abako and abate. They are Greek words. When I say abate, you clap once. When I say abako, you clap 4 times. This is how you do it. Can you give me this one? So, when I say abate, once. Abate, abate, When I say abako, 4 times. Abako, abako. Great. So, let's thank Madame Margaret Kakande in Greek. Okay? So we start. Abate, 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 abako, abako, abate, abate, abate. So thank you very much for honoring our invitation, our chief guest tonight. We have come almost to the end, but we want to have a group picture. The group picture is going to be a small group growing into a big group. Okay? But before that, allow me also to recognize the presence of one of the board members of Capital Solutions Limited, and that is Mr. Lawrence Sentongo. You've been with us since. Is he here? Yes! I like your energy and passion that you bring to the table. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation once more. So we are going to request the board members who are available to come and join Dr. Joyce Tamale and our chief guest for a photo. Now, when these people come, I am going to request that they don't go away, because I will call other people to join them, other people to join them, and other people to join them. So MC, not MC, DJ, do you have a song that can bring people to take pictures? Yes, that one is the one we want. A song that makes people walk to take pictures. And we are going to request the team. You know, the Capital Solutions team is one team you don't ask to do anything. They are always up to the game. So thank you very much. Abako, abate. I would like to invite Mr. Lawrence Sentongo to come and do this for us before the photos begin. Okay, Mr. Sentongo, as he comes, please DJ do something. Yes. So thank you very, very much. We would like to appreciate our chief guest, and Mr. Lawrence Sentongo is going to appreciate our chief guest with a very dear token of appreciation. So, paparazzi, if we can take that beautiful picture. Madam Margaret Kakan, thank you very much for being with us and for making sure that our social entrepreneurship agenda is on the table. And so I want also to request that Mr. Charles Nariari comes to do this for me. Mr. Charles Nariari. So Mr. Charles Nariari is going to appreciate the one and only Mama Children, Estella, my co-host tonight. Thank you, Mama Children. You've been a very, very supportive person in this collaboration. Can you come for a picture for the two of us, please? Come here. Yes, for the two of us.
Some people had missed to hear my awesome voice. Apologies. My ENT wasn't working very well. Let me also take this opportunity to celebrate, cheer, thank the Lord. Capital Solutions, you've made it in life. For us who are here before the first symposium, this is it. We've seen the small unit, we've seen the next unit, we've seen, and whoever is doubting social entrepreneurship, ask Joyce if you can do it. Help me do it. There was someone who told us to clap in Greek. I don't know when he was last there, but I know he knows something about Greek, but he only read about it. So let's give him a bako. Okay, he is a doctor to be, not a surgeon, not a medical doctor, a PhD doctor to be. Very amazing person, doctor to be. Isanga, come and get a huge handshake from Mr. Naliari Charles. Maybe he can give you some trees. He can teach you how to plant a forest so that you conserve the environment. Abako. Abako. Abako is 4, abate is 1. Let's do it again. Abate. 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 Abako. That's all for you, Mr. Isanga. Thank you so much. And with those remarks, there are trees from Mr. Naliari inside here. Thousands of trees.
Thank you very much.
They said we should what of the inclusion and climate. So Mr. Naliari is behind the climate, saving it with millions and thousands of trees. Thank you so much. Abako. Abate, return to the sender. Thank you so much.
Let's just do it for her, since she's really passionate about Abako and Abate. So Abate is 1, Abako is 4. So Abate, Abate, Abako, Abako, Abate, Abate, Abate. Yes, so thank you very much for honoring all of us in a special way. I would like now to invite all of us to come for the picture, but before all of us come, the board members and the chief guest and Dr. Joyce Tamale, please come up here for the first picture. The board members of Capital Solutions that are available now. As we do this, the EGRET team is preparing how we are going to get our meals. I think we shall be able to use the breakout session rooms. Yes, because the rain has a little bit disorganized the gardens, but the breakout session rooms are perfect. So Dr. Joyce Tamale and our chief guest, I think we can stand, because if we sit, it will be too wide for the picture to be clear. Or we will bring the small chairs. The board members of Capital Solutions and the chief guest and Dr. Joyce Tamale. So DJ, the song that brings people to take pictures, that one. That one. Okay? Perfect. Continue, DJ. Don't worry. Okay. Yes. So now, the next picture, before the people who are standing go to sit, we want to recognize the winner of the Social Entrepreneurship Award for 2024 to 2028. This person is none other than Dr. Hanifa Sengendo. Yes, please come and take a picture with the people. Abbas, it will Okay, so before you go, we need the SAFE committee members. I think we have the vice chair, but also other members of the SAFE. No, please don't. This picture is building into a group picture. So please, Dr. Sengendo, you are the winner for 5 years, so yes. Oh, are they 4? So any other SAFE member? Committee member? Okay, so after this picture we shall have the SAFE members now. If you're part of the SAFE membership, you will join this picture now. I can see many entrepreneurs here who are part and parcel, who are members. Yes, all the members of SAFE, please join this picture. Okay, DJ, you can increase the volume a bit. All the SAFE members, wherever you are, come and join in this picture. We have a line at the back that you can join. Okay. I think the cameraman is somewhere. So I want to mention this now, that it is very important for all of you who are not members of SAFE to consider joining SAFE, because there are very many benefits. Among them, read the leaflet that I mentioned earlier. Don't go, don't go, don't go. This leaflet will give you the guidelines on how to join the SAFE. Now I want to invite the development partners. I see GIZ is here. Please join in this picture. And we need to also invite the members of the ACCA network and Dr. or rather Honorable Rosette to join this picture. We can put chairs in front, maybe 2 lines. I don't know how it will work. Yes, the members of the ACCA network and the team from Pearl Capital. Please join in this picture. And development partners. If that picture is done, please don't go away. I want to invite Madame Julie. Not yet. Yeah, but Madame Julie, please come as they finish this to join this picture. We are there, right? Okay. We can also say inspire. Yes. Inspire. Yeah, Madam, join in there. Yes, right there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, and now I know the Capital Solutions team is going to do magic. We need to create space for everyone. Now, all of us will come in and join this picture, but we need the team Capital Solutions to create some space. Let's try to fit. I have seen a picture of the UN Assembly. If you've seen that picture, it had 120 people. 120 people. And they were all seen. So let's join in, please. Let's join in. And Team Capital Solutions, please come and blend in. And I am now also joining the picture. Capital Solutions, please come join in. Everyone, please come. Let's come and join the picture. We can fit. Let's come, let's come, let's come. DJ, bring a song that brings people for a photo. Yes. Yeah, please. So can we say inspire? Inspire. Again. Transform. Oh, that one. Maybe a body. Can we do that? There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 again. Okay, I think we are good. Yes, thank you very much for your patience. I know it was a difficult request to have all of you here for the picture. And now, according to what I see and what I've heard, the food is available. But this is how we are going to serve the food. Sit in your comfortable seat. Before you go out, please make sure you receive a coupon from inside here so that you go with the coupon to serve the meal. So the coupons are coming inside. Let us sit here, and I'm going to request that Waswa of Inwas give us one of your last and best songs as we prepare to have our guests get a meal. Waswa Inwas, please give us one of those last ones you saved for us before we can go. Please keep here and a coupon will find you at your seat. So